Just a quick audio test. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you, Kirsten. And then
Hi all, can you hear me okay? Just testing audio. Can you hear me in the room there?
I can hear you, Kirsten. I hear you.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. That's great.
All right, good morning, everybody. Thanks, Pat. Welcome to the Harvest Control Rule Workshop. I have a couple of announcements first, and then I will give it to Diana to talk about sort of the structure of the workshop. Let me rephrase, I'll go to France. And but before we do this, I'll give a couple of announcements, and I think it may be worth just going around the room and naming who is here. Um it- as a- so that we can introduce both to the public and each other. Just briefly sort of name and affiliation, but also for the panelists that have do we want to do
Just to,
just I think that we should go around and name everybody just because panelists may or may not know it. So name and affiliation would be great. So a couple of announcements. We do have a number of people online at this point. And so even though this is sort of workshop style, we ask that you use your microphone anytime you speak so that people online can hear you. The second thing is that just so that people know there's not a lunch that's provided today. That's just for SSC members to be aware. And then why don't we go ahead and let's start on the left with, or my left, with Cheryl, and we'll just go around and introduce each other, and then we'll also hit the people online.
Morning, everybody. Cheryl Barnes. I'm at Oregon State and on the Pacific Fishery Management Council. It's fun to see you.
Sorry, you might want
We're going to ask you to introduce yourself in a second. We're getting
Test.
there. You go.
Good morning. Thank you. Alberto Rovellini, University of Washington.
Jennifer Burns, Texas Tech University.
Good morning, everyone. Fabio Cotabellota, Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Good morning, Bob Foy, Alaska Fisheries Science Center, NOAA Fisheries.
Good morning, Allison Whitman, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Good morning, Franz Mütter, University of Alaska Fairbanks.
Sherry Dressel, Alaska Department of Fish and Game.
Jason Gasper, Alaska Regional Office.
Good morning, Ian Stewart, Halibut Commission.
Kaylin Kretz, Arizona State University.
Ann Hollowed, University of Washington.
Chris Anderson, University of Washington.
Mike Downs, Whistler Research.
Pat Sullivan, Cornell University.
Curry Cunningham, University of Alaska Fairbanks.
Chris Free, UC Santa Barbara and the Pacific SSC.
Thank you. And then Franz, can you call on the people online?
Yeah, so I'll start with online. I'll just go down across my screen here. So Kirsten.
Kirsten Holzman, Alaska Fisheries Science Center.
Sarah Weiss. Sarah, are you there?
Sarah Wise, Alaska Fisheries Science Center.
And Martin.
Martin Dorn, University of Washington.
Chris Sidden.
Yeah, good morning. Chris Sidden, Alaska Department of Fish and Game.
Paul Spencer.
Good morning. Paul Spencer, Alaska Fisheries Science Center.
Kelly Kinney.
Hi, Kelly Carney, Alaska Fisheries Science Center.
Karam.
Karam Iden, Alaska Fisheries Science Center.
Sandra. Sandra Lowe, are you there? Not picking you up. You're still muted. We'll check back. Oops, people are moving around. Megan.
Hi, Megan Bryan, Alaska Fisheries Science Center.
Cindy.
Hi, good morning. Cindy Tribuzio, Alaska Fisheries Science Center, Rock Bay Laboratories.
Ian Stewart. Oh, sorry, you're here. You're there too. Dana.
Hi, good morning. Dana Hanselman, Alaska Fisheries Science Center and SSC.
Katie.
Katie Payloff, Alaska Department of Fish and Game.
Rob.
Hi, Rob Sorian, Alaska Fisheries Science Center.
And then I see Jody Pirtle, Beth Mata, and Serene Reeds. Are they also panelists?
Yeah.
Oh, that's Serene C. Yeah, that's right. Beth and Mata are on here, but I don't think they were panelists. So.
Carrie McGilliard is off of us.
Carrie McGillard will be joining us shortly. She's just stuck in traffic getting here.
And then I guess there's a second screen, Calais.
And her audio is not working.
Oh, sorry about that. We have, I guess everybody shows up here, not just panelists. That's why, yeah. Did I miss any of the, oh, Jim.
Hi, Jim Iannelli, Alaska Fisheries Science Center. Thanks.
Let's see. I believe that's it for our panelists, unless I missed somebody. You can go ahead and speak up. All right, I think we're good.
Thanks, Franz, for doing that on the fly. So as far as the structure goes, just so people know, we're going to have some talks. We're going to have questions and discussion among the panelists for each session. Then we'll have public testimony. And then we'll have a discussion, which is just the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council SSC members, so that we can give our recommendations to the council for next steps. So that is why we've got a couple of different groups here. So with that, I think I go to Franz.
Okay, thanks, Sherry. Welcome everyone to the workshop, and a big thank you to the presenters and the panelists in advance for joining us here and sharing your thoughts. We had hoped to be in person, but many of our presenters and panelists were unfortunately not able to travel at this time. For those of you that are new to the SSC workshops, this is one of our periodic, usually kind of annual half-day or one-day workshops, where the format's a bit different from our usual operating procedures, in that we'll have a series of short presentations to provide some background and stimulate discussions, then allow for some time for questions and discussions among the panelists and SSC members. And then one additional difference here that's different from our usual operating procedures is that if you are online, you are free to add questions or comments in the chat, which we usually don't do. So feel free to participate that way, and we'll do our best to summarize the comments and bring up your questions as time allows. We may also glance at those in the room if there's comments or questions here as well. So for this particular workshop, we decided to continue discussions around how to adapt the way we deal with the reality of climate change impacts on fish stocks and fisheries around Alaska in our assessments and management. And this builds on a variety of efforts that the Council and SSC have undertaken, including the Climate Change Task Force work, the 2023 SSC workshop, the 2024 Climate Synthesis Workshop in Kodiak, and a bunch of other efforts. Here we specifically focus on looking at harvest control rules in the context of our tier system, and Dr. Stram will give a short overview of the goals and the structure of the workshop. Sherry already noted that there will be an opportunity for public testimony towards the end before the SSC discusses possible next steps. There are just a couple other things I wanted to cover here. And if you can bring up the slides for that. First, just a bit of context regarding the environment we're operating in at the moment in terms of fewer resources and new administrative priorities, and how we might want to think about that in the context of the workshop. And then I pulled out a couple points from our discussions over the last couple of days that may be relevant to our discussions here. As you heard at the beginning of the meeting, we're generally expecting fewer resources and are operating under new administrative priorities. In terms of the workshop here, a few resources suggest that we might want to prioritize approaches and modifications to the harvest control rules that we can achieve with sort of existing resources, building on completed or ongoing analyses that will some of which we'll see here and get a summary of. And then the executive order also includes some specific requests to the regional fishery management councils and some other elements that are relevant to these discussions. Next slide. Oops, are you advancing or sorry? Okay, thanks. Yeah, so on Monday, it was noted, this is directly from the presentation, that there, was a request to the regional FMCs that might, be relevant to the HCR workshop, and particularly there was, guidance to identify actions that should, stabilize markets, improve access, enhance economic profitability, and prevent closures. I think a couple of these at least apply to the discussions here. Stabilizing markets is obviously related to catch stability, and might suggest prioritizing harvest control rules that favor catch stability, and that's certainly not new. That's something that we've kind of heard repeatedly in discussions, and it's also a priority for many in the industry. The other two, improving access, enhancing economic profitability, are maybe less relevant to this workshop. And we have had obviously discussions around considerations of maximizing economic yield for sablefish as a pilot project, which would obviously require more, fairly major HCR revisions or a separate quantitative process for setting tax. But I think we'll leave that kind of off the table here for today's discussions. And then the final one here, preventing closures, in this context might suggest prioritizing HCRs that minimize the risk of closures, which I think is one of the metrics that they've been tracking. And then in addition, the executive order also asks to increase production, and as we heard, that would likely have to come from Alaska, more specifically the Bering Sea. In our discussions here, that suggests perhaps focusing on the highest productivity species when assessing catch potential in any proposed analyses, if we want to take that into consideration. And then, of course, it also directly relates to the overall cap analyses and discussions that we'll hear about as well as part of the workshop. And then next slide. There are a few points that came up yesterday in the last couple of days in our crab discussions. One is just, kind of specific to snow crab, uncertainty about productivity and reproductive capacity in snow crab. And that's, of course, is in part climate related. So we can think about changes to the harvest control rule for crab in that context, for snow crab in particular. And then for both crab and groundfish, currently the climate-related uncertainty, as we discuss whenever we talk about risk tables, is kind of incorporated in the buffers. And I think here, as part of this workshop, and I think Diana might touch on that more too, is we should, consider how to move the climate-related uncertainty more formally into the HCRs instead of doing that through the risk table framework. And then the other thing that came up a number of times is just the reference time series, in terms of reference time series for recruitment or biomass. And there we had already talked a little bit about, considering a more systematic approach to determining the appropriate time periods that that best address changing productivity. And I think some of the ACLIME analyses are perhaps relevant to that as well. So think about that context. And that's really all I had. So I'll turn it over to Diana.
Thank you. Good morning. Diana Stram, council staff. I've just got a few slides to go over, a little bit of background to update the SSC on some actions by the council that occurred since you last heard from the Climate Change Task Force, as well as an overview of the groundfish and crab tier system. I would note for everyone that there are both PowerPoints and additional reference materials that are posted to the specific SSCE agenda for this workshop. Okay, so just, oops, sorry. Just briefly, because this is something that happened that the SSC did not take up, I just wanted to loop through the end of the Climate Change Task Force work plan and our final report. And so the Climate Change Task Force, as you know, was a 5-year effort, part of the Bering Sea Fishery Ecosystem Plan, a module of it for the climate change. We had a task force that met for 5 years. This schematic just gives you a couple of our milestones that we worked through over that 5-year time frame. You, as an SSC body, received presentations on everything but the final report. So you received our work plan, you received our climate readiness synthesis. Obviously, the SSC and the CCTF were part of our climate scenarios workshop that occurred in Kodiak. Our Climate Change Task Force then met for the last time in November of 2024 and provided our final report. And the final report is also posted to your e-agenda for this workshop. And that final report was presented to the council in December of 2024, upon which the council took that into consideration, as well as the SSC's considerations coming out of SCS 8 and your workshop from the previous 2023 in terms of formulating its climate work plan. So this is just a brief snapshot of our final report and the 3 key elements that we formulated our recommendations around. Key element 1 was about inclusive process and collaboration. Key element 2 was about the tools and options that are available to us under our existing FMPs and or moving forward from them. And then key element 3 was looking at the possibility that there should be some form of a dedicated review group to ensure that climate information is making it into our council process. And the overarching recommendation from the CCTF was that the council adopts a form of a climate change work plan, and that is what came out of the December meeting. So just focusing on key element 2, because it's most related to our workshop here today, we had a number of high-level recommendations in terms of aspects, and most of these 4 high priority key elements made it into the council's explicit work plan. But the one that I want to look at specifically was our key element 2.5, which was looking at our tier systems and reviewing climate informed biomass targets, limits, and climate robust or forecast informed harvest control rules. That is a recommendation that stemmed from the SSC in October, coming out of our SCS 8 discussions, and was also folded into the CCTF's high-level priorities and something that the council keyed in on coming out of the December meeting. There are a number of other elements in the climate's work and the council's climate work plan, but I'm just going to focus on that relates to our workshop here today. So the workshop here today is to look at climate robust or forecast informed harvest control rules and biomass targets. Again, this is part of the key element 2. In the council's work plan, the council picked up on key elements 1 and 2 from the CCTF. But the key element 3, the aspect of a dedicated review group, was something that the council deferred to a reconstituted ecosystem committee, and that is something that is ongoing at the council. That information is on the Council Z agenda under your, I believe under staff tasking. Nominations are put forward at this point. It's an open process for modifying the council's ecosystem committee, and one of the new charges for it would be to be the public review body for climate informed information coming into our management process. That is my recap of the CCTF. I wanted to focus most of this on an intro to our harvest control rule workshop and what we're trying to get out of our discussions today and moving forward into the fall. So some of the considerations, you guys have touched on this over the last couple of days, so I'll try to be brief. One of the first parts was to look at the available flexibility and or lack thereof in our current groundfish and crab tier systems. I would note there's a reference paper that's posted to your e-agenda that provides you the information that is in both the groundfish FMP for the tier system as well as the crab FMP for the tier system. And I have another slide to talk about the relative flexibility that we have under that existing. The point of that, and this is coming from the SSC's suggestions in October in the council's agenda, the council's motion is to, the first step of all of this is to see what can we do now without an FMP amendment versus what requires an FMP amendment to modify how our current harvest control rules are formulated. The second aspect to this is also what you've been discussing over the last several years in terms of recent issues by stock with the application of the current system. This is both for crab and for groundfish. Again, we've had periodic discussions coming out of both the groundfish and the crab plan teams with the SSC about mismatches with either the current currency of biomass as it relates to snow crab or recruitment events as it relates to different groundfish stocks, and where that is leading to periodic adjustments using risk tables and or different buffer levels that are different from our harvest controls. And so we also, if you remember in April, in conjunction with discussions of survey prioritization, we had a discussion of the risk table application and a summary of where risk tables have been used, particularly 2023, 2024, where it's more stable in terms of the application of our risk tables and where elevated scores have been listed by stock. And so all of that information is also referenced in the paper that's on your agenda, as well as in your agenda from the April meeting, which we discussed at that time. And then the next step to this is compiling the existing literature and the ACLIMB, GOACLIMB results. Dr. Holzman is going to give you an overview of the update of the harvest control rules that are being considered by GOACLIMB and ACLIMB, and a number of our presentations this morning in our lightning talks will get into more detail on some of those results and considerations. Just to remind you then, and this is going back to when we were the ACL control rule, this is from the National Standard 1 guidelines. We're in this realm of looking at where scientific uncertainty and risk policy. We are talking about the buffer distance between the OFL and the ABC, and that is a mix of both scientific uncertainty and risk policy. In an ideal world, the risk policy is defined by the council, the scientific uncertainty is defined by the SSC. In reality, those things get a little bit mixed together, in particular in our situation recently with the use of risk tables to justify additional buffering and uncertainty. As a policy for risk policy, from the council's standpoint, the council's risk policy is set when the ABC control rule is put into place during an FMP amendment. As you know, for crab, that was done using a P-star approach of 0.49. So that what that entailed is that the risk policy essentially set ABC equal to OFL. Practically speaking, we have never used that as an ABC, and all of the ABCs that have been set for crab stocks have been done using a buffered approach. You just discussed this in your crab agenda item in the last 2 days. That's something that we want to possibly look at. Should we be reconsidering that risk policy in terms of a more explicit ABC control rule that's quantitative, or where the SSC feels that in light of those discussion and where that should go. For groundfish then, we do have obviously quantitative ABC control rules. However, we have been periodically adjusting below max ABC using this risk policy. And that's where we are here today to look at whether or not the SSC and the council wish to move forward with an actual explicit revision to the harvest control rules to be more transparent than what is provided by the ad hoc adjustments from the risk tables. As a reminder, these are the two, doesn't show up very well on the slide. You can't see the crab one. These are the two different control rules that we have for FOFL and FABC. Groundfish is on top, crab is on the bottom. They're somewhat similar. There's a little bit more flexibility in crab than in groundfish, but the overarching, and this is what the paper that's posted to your agenda is discussing, the overarching issue is that there's limited flexibility in the FOFL control rule. You have a little bit of flexibility in that you can modify the alpha parameter. So while the kink in the control rule is set at B40, the slope is set by where you set that alpha parameter. So for groundfish, you can modify the alpha parameter. It's set in our FMP as being something that the SSC could modify as needed. It has not been modified. For crab, then you have both an alpha and a beta parameter that set that slope. But the important part of this is that under the ABC control rule, there is inherent flexibility. So if you are looking to operate under recommendations for harvest control rules that have to do with the ABC, anything that is below the OFL is available to you as recommendations. That includes the kink in the control rule, the bee spawning biomass aspect, anything as long as it is limited by the OFL, but below that there's inherent flexibility. So going back to our workshop objectives and the format, the overall aspect of this workshop is to begin this process. So to develop a scope of work and in terms of reference for moving forward with a further discussion that may occur in the fall in conjunction with our plan teams and SSC, AP, and council review, looking at what the scope of work is going forward and in terms of this modification. And I think the way we've been trying to think of it is that this is like a first step. It's a bridge. It's a plan of work to go from our discussions of risk table to potentially more quantitative discussions of harvest control rule analyses. And that's where Dr. Holzman will pick up with providing you an overview of what the GOA-CLIMB and the A-CLIMB teams have been evaluating in terms of more climate robust harvest control rules. Just in terms of how this is structured, we have 3 different sessions. This is session 1, going over the overarching overview. At the end of each session, there'll be questions and panel discussion. We have panelists. We also have members of the public. There will be a public comment period at the end of session 3. Session 2 then moves into some lightning talks where we have a couple of snapshot slides to try to introduce a number of different topics for your discussion in terms of moving forward. And then again, we'll have questions and panel discussions of that. And then session 3 touches on CAP discussion, both in the Bering Sea and in the Gulf of Alaska, and the analyses that are ongoing with regards to looking at caps in the Bering Sea and in the Gulf of Alaska, and the stability that is or not is implied by the use of those caps and different modeling of total allowable catch. And again, we have a number of panelists that are both online as well as in the room, and then we'll have a public comment session before the SSC then goes into their own deliberations to formulate a potential scope of work. And with that, Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to take any more questions.
Thank you very much, Diana. Doesn't look like we have any questions at this point. So the first thing, or the next thing that we will do is move on. We've got a presentation from Kirsten Holzman and Ann Holloway.
Yeah, thank you so much. Can you hear me okay in the room?
Yes, you're coming through great.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and share my presentation. Let's see how this proceeds. Okay, you should see it now.
Yep. Yep, we see your slides.
Okay, great. Well, thank you all. It's a real pleasure today to give an update on some of the coordinated modeling that we've been doing through the climbs. I wish I was there in person, although I did, as you probably can hear in my voice, pick up a cold. So maybe it's better for you all that I'm not there at this particular workshop. Before I begin, I'd just like to acknowledge the GOA Climb and A-Climb modeling teams, our CEFI Alaska team, and our ICES Pisces Strategic Initiative on Climate Change Impacts on Marine Ecosystems coordinating group, who have all helped contribute ideas to what we'll present here today. Okay, so the outline for today's talk, we have about 25 minutes or so of material. There's three target groups for this talk today. The first is just give a real brief 30,000 foot elevation overview of A-Climb and GOA Climb, mostly just to point you towards some resources that are in the e-agenda and to give an update on some of the coordination that we're doing between those two projects. Then we'll step into setting the stage for your SSC discussions through this workshop. And really, this is, again, just to stimulate discussion, to stimulate ideas, to give a sense for directions and capacity of what we could do on the quantitative modeling side. It's not exhaustive, so there's obviously going to be some really nice lightning talks in later sessions that will build out some of the ideas here and introduce some others that I don't necessarily cover. But really the heart of what we'd like to do with this presentation is get a bit of feedback on the directions that we are focusing on, in particular, what we plan to do over the next 6 months and what might be of interest to bring back to you all for discussion in the fall. All right, so we'll step into the first part here, which is an overview of the A-Climb and GOA Climb simulations. You all have received presentations in the past on the Alaska Climate Integrated Modeling Project and the GOA Climb projects. These are, A-Climb is in its third phase, GOA Climb is in its second phase. They've been up and running for many years. We are increasingly coordinating. There's a lot of topics that span both the GOA and the Bering Sea, and so we're increasingly coordinating within those and among those projects with respect to modeling directives and papers, etc. The projects themselves are interesting. They have good information and science, but what's probably one of the most exciting things is the transdisciplinary approach and the team of people that come together for the project. So the community of practice that these projects support allows us to have sort of operational readiness for new needs or questions that come up. There's a large group of people that have been involved with A-Climb over the years. This is the current list of folks involved with the third phase of A-Climb. Similarly, there's a large group of folks involved with GOA Climb, and this is the list of primary investigators and collaborators currently involved with GOA Climb. Carrie and Megan put together a nice overview document for GOA Climb that's attached in your e-agenda. I also shared Ann Holloway's 2020 paper, which is a fantastic overview of the A-Climb project, the scope and some of the details there. That's also attached in the e-agenda. And if you're following along in the PDF version of this talk, you should be able to click on these icons and go to those links as well. So I'll point you towards those for more information about kind of the details of the idea behind the modeling frameworks. But in general, the idea is to link oceanographic models driven by future scenarios to biological models that vary in complexity and link those into social economic models so we can understand implications of things like variability, changing regimes, long-term trends and changing conditions, and evaluate tools like alternative harvest control rules or different ecosystem caps and see how those propagate through the system, depending on whether or not you're accounting for predator-prey interactions or bottom-up dynamics. Increasingly, the climbs have more of a spatial component, and I'll talk about that briefly next. But overall, scenarios form the basis for these comparative simulations and management strategy evaluations. We have a suite of base models that are running for both the regions. These range in complexity from environmentally linked stock assessment models to spatially explicit models. They're forced by various future scenarios, and we intentionally bracketed the range of future scenarios we expect to see in the region in order to sort of stress test these different options and management tools under alternative futures. And I just want to, since Albie's there in the room, I also want to give a shout out to the Atlantis model that is up and running for the Gulf of Alaska, and you'll hear a little bit more about this later. But this expands the ability to do some of the spatial modeling and look at spatially specific changes in both management measures as well as changes in conditions. We also have Maurice Goodman, who's been working with us, and Cheryl Barnes, who's been working on species distribution models. And so we have an increased capacity to evaluate some of the spatial components related to changes in the systems over time and look at how those propagate through harvest control rules. Ultimately, the research projects are testing and evaluating alternatives. This is where we really think outside the box. And then those things that perform well, we can support them operationally through our SEFI program at Alaska. And you'll hear a little bit from Kelly Kearney about some of the new tools coming out of SEFI, including forecasts and predictions and updated hindcasts. So we're really stabilizing the pipeline to be able to produce this information going forward. So that I just mentioned that to just encourage that some of the HCRs that include climate information or environmental conditions, those can be used to help plan for and build advice going forward, because we'll have some forecasting capacity included with these new initiatives. Okay, so that will now set us up for the kind of heart of what we wanted to talk about today, which is setting the stage for your discussions at this workshop. I thought this might be a useful graphic. This is a stepwise approach that we're using within the modeling teams to help parse out coordination at each step of our simulations. Really, it's a continuum, but starting on the left, there's different decision points the modelers need to make. And this includes deciding how to set unfished biomass and target biomass, how to get the FABC, how to apply a harvest control rule, whether or not you set catch equal to ABC or start to incorporate things like alternative effects of the cap, for example, and how that might impact TAC and then realized catch. And so these are different kind of modeling points, but they're useful for the SSC's discussion. So session 1 and 2 is really kind of focused on the left-hand side of this. Session 3 is more focused on the right-hand side. And we have the capacity within these research programs to look at many aspects through both of these kind of continuum of session topics of the workshop today. So first, I'll just step in here. I listened a little bit yesterday to some of the discussions, and so wanted to point back to Cody's paper about setting biological reference points. And I think this is an important thing to consider. I'll show some slides going forward that really there is some interaction between the decisions about setting biological reference points and how the HCRs perform. And so it could be a good topic to revisit in more depth. This is a figure from Cody's 2023 paper. I think you're familiar with it. The basic take home from this paper is that if you're if you're kind of adjusting your unfished biomass and biomass targets periodically as there's a declining or increasing trend in a population for an extrinsic, like an environmental driven trend, for example, that you could have some non-intuitive outcomes from that. And that includes that declining stocks could be fished harder, which is not necessarily what you want to do if you think it's going to rebound to a previous productivity state. And flourishing stocks similarly could be fished more conservatively if you're doing this. And so how does this arise? Well, it can arise if you have climate-informed targets or environmentally informed targets, and you have you have a chance that that population might actually return to a previous productivity state. If you're truncating recruitment time series or data to reflect newer recent lower productivity, this could arise. It's something to be considered when that comes up. If you're adopting a longer term high mortality as your set M, that could result in this. And we'll talk a little bit about this because there's a way to adjust M that avoids this issue. And you can also get this if you're re-estimating those B targets every year. So I won't go into this in a whole lot of detail. If you're interested, I do have more slides. We can step through them afterwards in the discussion. But I just wanted to put some of the sort of synthesis things that are coming out of our discussions here. If you know that if you have high confidence that the future for a particular stock or resource is declining and that it's irreversible, that is a time where using a dynamic B0 might be appropriate. And that's because if you don't, you're running the risk of restricting harvest potential during that decline. However, if there's any chance that a future trajectory includes a return to a more productive state, you would want to use a fixed, it's probably more prudent to use a fixed harvest reference point like a B0, B40 that's fixed. And we'll talk about some options for how to do that. And in that case, we're looking at how alternative models that use environmentally linked connections, whether or not they perform better. There's some early indication that they do because they allow you to scale back when productivity is low. So if you're just following on the left-hand side here on the green line in that purple square, and I'll toggle forward. So when productivity is low, you're on the slope of the HCR as you would expect. When productivity is high, you can utilize and take advantage of that higher productivity. So that's one of the advantages to using those environmentally linked models to establish status, but it's less clear, and we're still doing MSCs to provide some specific guidance about whether or not you win or whether or not dynamic B0s and environmentally driven B0s should be used for setting the targets. So here's a kind of synthesis of where we're at with this. Again, this is not set in stone. It's just really sharing with you some of the emergent findings that we're having and discussions that we're having. And in particular, for using those environmentally enhanced or regime conditioned models for setting the status, we have some really great examples of this in place. And this includes Steve Barbeau and Dr. Ingrid Spy's work where you have a base M, so a base mortality that's sort of fixed in time, but you can use these additional mortality blocks. And that also is something that we do with the multi-species model in terms of predation. So you're not assuming a change in the productivity long-term, but you are accounting for those changes in productivity or mortality in recent times. And so that's a good example of an approach going forward that might be worth doing an MSC on. Okay, so I'll just leave that there for discussion and we can come back to that. And now I want to step into some discussion about the alternative HCRs that we're looking at. And Franz, I think your initial comments really set us up well for this. We have a couple of alternative HCRs that do aim to try to stabilize catch and have some of those management objectives. So that's incredibly helpful to hear that the SSC would like to see some of those performance criteria. It helps us identify which of our potential harvest control rules to investigate. We have put these harvest control rules in an interactive website, a Shiny, where you can go and kind of explore these harvest control rules and play around with them or parameterize your own harvest control rule, which is that yellow line there. The link is in the PDF and it's also in the upper left-hand corner here. And if you go, oh, and I'm so sorry, this happens sometimes when you're, hang on one moment, sorry, we'll just if you have a hot link in your presentation, you can end up doing that. So sorry, if you go to this website, you can look at the alternative HCRs, and you can also, there's a bit more information, detailed information. Again, this is work in progress. We're trying to share it as quickly as we develop it, open science approach here. And so if you have feedback on this, it's welcome. We have some detailed information there that has all the equations and kind of ideas behind each of the HCRs, which I won't go into today because we have 10 alternative HCRs and different nuances of those. I will say that a few of these HCRs, HCR 1 through 3, were reviewed and covered in Ann's 2020, sorry, this should be 2024 paper, not 2025 there. And I do encourage you to check out that paper and look at some of the initial results that came out of those HCR 1 through 3 evaluations. Those we were doing some changes in some of the cutoff points and slopes and didn't see a whole lot of difference in our runs. And so we began to think a little bit more outside the box and started bringing in alternative shapes and forms. And we'll talk a little bit today about kind of four in particular that we're considering prioritizing for the simulation set. These have different formulations, so I was just going to take a minute to talk through the ideas behind them. The first is, of course, our status quo tier 3 sloping harvest control rule with that sea lion cutoff at B20 for the species that applies to. We also have an HCR 5. This is one of the earlier formulations of an HCR to mimic the shape of the effect of the cap on pollock. So there's been a couple of different papers I'm showing here, Jim's 2011 paper and our 2020 paper, that when you include the effect of the ecosystem cap, you see this emergent harvest rate shape that looks almost like it's got like kind of a peak to it with a slope after the target biomass. The thinking here is that this is maybe increasing productivity. So it's reserving some diversity in the age classes. It's reserving some biomass that ultimately can feed back in either to help stabilize the population during environmental variability, or it may contribute to larger ecosystem productivity and thereby lead to higher catches. So we're evaluating that through both a combination of single species and food web models. And I'll show a few results from that a few slides from now. The other interesting HCR that we're looking at, and Paul will talk a bit more about this in his lightning talk, with some work that he's doing in combination with Jeremy Colley, looking at HCRs across both coasts. And some of the work that Paul has found is that when looking at a recruitment relationship that's has a relationship with temperature, and then looking at how that affects the harvest control rules, you can see that there's actually a spread in the emergent shape of those harvest control rules. It relates to temperature here. He's plotted it by warm and cold temperatures. And so building on that, or I should say inspired by that, we parameterized an HCR7, which allows for the shape of that, or some of the points in that harvest control rule to vary with, say, a forecast of bottom condition, bottom temperatures, or cold pool, for example. We also have one more formulation of a cap-like HCR. This one is informally called the plateau HCR. This essentially is the same as HCR5, but it offsets when that gamma decline sort of kicks in. So you have an offset after your B target. Okay, so now what I'll do is show some really preliminary results. I'm hot off the press. I think Andy called them still warm results. And so these are not peer reviewed yet. They have not been published, but we're sharing them here to help illustrate what these harvest control rules might look like and how it might vary across different models, in order to stimulate discussion about what things we might do going forward in the next 6 months or so. I want to just give a brief overview of the food web model that Andy and Karim and others have been working with. Andy's done a fantastic job of parameterizing this model. It's got 76 biological groups. It's for the Bering Sea. All 20 federally managed stocks are in it, as well as protected species. In this model, it's a kind of a modification of an ecosystem, an EWE, ecopath with ecosystem dynamics model. But in this, they've coupled ROM's models to drive the phytoplankton and zooplankton groups in the EWE. They've also, Andy's modified it so that at bottom temperature drives consumption and metabolism of some of the fish groups. So essentially this brings in energetics into this food web model. For the results, we'll be showing the setup is going to be the same going forward for the next few panels. So just want to set that up. The first column will be the status quo. So that's our current tier 3 harvest control rule. Then the middle column will be that first variation on a cap-like harvest control rule, HCR5. And then the third column will be that plateau cap-like mimicking HCR. For each of the rows, the top will be a stable, so there's no climate variability, there's no environmental variability, there's no changes in the forcing there. It's just a persistence pushed forward. Then the second row is future trajectory with some variability in the environment, but kind of on the cooler end. And then the bottom row is that same future trajectories with environmental variability, but on the warmer end of our scenarios. These are plots of catch for Pacific cod. The kind of gray zone is the historical range, and then the projections are shown in the colors. A few things to kind of take away here. If you look at that, can compare the first column to the second or third columns, you can see that the cap-like HCRs do stabilize the catch. This maybe is potentially good for markets. We're working with Mike Delton to connect some of these outputs to some economic models to look at how that plays out in terms of revenue as a performance metric. We'll also point out that if you look between the middle column and the right-hand column, HCR10 with that plateau has that stabilizing effect, but it also is a little bit higher return on catch. So some nuances there and some ability to toggle those outcomes and explore different parameterizations. The other thing I just want to point out is if you look down across the different climate variabilities and environmental variabilities, you can see that the current status quo HCR, there are a lot of peaks and there are also a lot of valleys. So there's many times in those simulations where catch is closed, so the HCR shuts off the fishery there. You do still see that a little bit with some variability in both the cooler and warmer runs, but to a much less degree. So there's really some improvement possibly in that stabilization as well in terms of the number of fishery closures. This is now biomass, so same panels, but for PCOD spawning biomass. And one of the important things that emerges with both really obvious with HCR5, if you compare it to HCR1, but also with HCR10 is that you do see an increase in spawning biomass over status quo. So this possibly, we're still, like mentioned, these are really new results. So still teasing through why this pattern is emerging and evaluating the kind of the details of it. But this could be through increased productivity, either in the spawning biomass reserves or in the ecosystem productivity, or both. And so it's an interesting result that we're exploring a bit more. And then finally, I just want to point out this is a food web model. Again, there's both bottom up and top down influences in this model. So you can have, for example, bottom temperature might increase consumption demand of predators. That increases predation, so increasing predation mortality. But you can also have warmer temperatures leading to more productivity in certain seasons, and that might fuel an increase in productivity from the bottom up. And so those counteracting top-bottom dynamics are really being able to evaluate those are really the strength of these food web models, and provide some nice contrast to a few of the models that we have that have only top-down controls. And we'll talk a little bit about that in the next set of slides. So just keep this in your mind, that even under the warmest scenarios for PCOD in these initial runs, that there's some indication of stable population dynamics. And we're exploring that as well. So the next quickly similar results coming out of a multi-species model that you're familiar with is an age-structured stock assessment model, similar to the food web model I just showed you. We have energetics connecting species in the model. There's sort of pseudo bottom-up controls in that temperature drives growth, and then there's climate abilities to toggle between different recruitment relationships, and I'll come back to that. The other thing that we're doing with this model is we're profiling across different B targets. So B40 as being the tier 3 current proxy. We also toggled across 0.3, 0.4, 0.5, 0.6, 0.7 to look at the interaction of harvest control rules and those target biomasses. I mentioned these 4 that we're kind of zeroing in on because of some of the results we're seeing. This is the plot of the F rate against the spawning biomass, just to show you the shape of the curve and to show you how those line up with some of the historical F and SSB relationships, which are shown in gray. We're not going to talk too much about HCR7 right now. There's some really great stuff coming out of that, but just to align with the plots that Andy provided, I'm going to focus in on the same 3 harvest control rules. Again, we're profiling now over those different B targets. And one of the things I just want to point out is we similarly saw here's PCOD spawning biomass. We similarly saw that bump up in spawning biomass under HCR5 and 10. So those cap-like spawning, cap-like HCRs. But the other thing that's interesting is we see less sensitivity in those HCRs to how you set your B target. So whether you toggle from 0.3, 0.4, or 0.5 for B target, that can have a pretty large spread in the spawning biomass when we play it through the current HCRs, the current status quo, but that's a little bit less sensitive in some of these other HCRs. Also, in contrast to what Andy found with the food web model, we have these kind of declines that are really strongly related to how the recruitment connections are parameterized in the model. In this case, we used Ricker with environmental covariates, and we selected for those covariates that had the strongest R-squared predictive capabilities. But it does change a bit if you toggle to different recruitment dynamics. And so I think this is just a plug for continuing to understand those connections, those mechanistic connections between recruitment and stock productivity in environmental conditions, because it does come into play in terms of some of the decisions around setting those biological reference points. And so it's really important for us to continue to understand this and disentangle it. And there's been some excellent advancements on that, but I think we still have further evaluations are needed. Okay, and now this is catch, just same plots, but just also for PCOD, I just want to show that the catches differences in catch are pretty similar in this model between those different harvest control rules. You really have to squint to see some of those differences. And there is a slight reduction under the warmest scenarios in terms of the number of closures and crashes. This line here is a 50% decline in catch. So we do see it when we look at some of the performance metrics, but overall, not quite as sensitive in terms of catch as it is to biomass. And then finally, a similar plot now for pollock. And so we do see differences between species as well. And so we'll come back with a bit more information about those. But we do see some consistent things like those B target settings are less sensitive in the alternative harvest control rules. Okay. And then finally, just to wrap up, I wanted to just take a moment to kind of set folks up for the TAC discussions of session 3. We did do, this is a figure from our 2020 paper. You've seen it before, but just to remind everyone that we did run simulations for the Bering Sea, which included the attach model, which allowed us to look at the effects of the 2 million ton cap, as well as realized patterns in catch. And one of the things that emerged from those evaluations is that the 2 million ton cap forestalled the declines that did emerge in some of the simulations for pollock, forestalled those by about a decade. It also stabilized the catches. They were species-specific effects, so the cap we didn't see those same patterns for PCOD, and that's part of what inspired those cap-like harvest control rules, because we're hoping to gather some of the benefits of those cap effects and apply them to other species. And then also those benefits kind of depend on the productivity of the system. So as the productivity declines in some of the simulations, the benefits of that cap decline. Okay, finally, part 3, as I mentioned, was to look at, kind of set up a few questions for you all in terms of the climbs. What HCRs are of interest? What species should we focus on? It sounds like we are focusing mostly on the highest productivity species. It sounds like that might be aligned with SSC. What are some performance criteria that we should include in our evaluations? This can be an iterative dialogue, but we do have a set of performance criteria we're looking at, and it would be useful for us just to ensure that as we're going through these, that we are looking at some of the criteria that you all would like to see in the outcome of these simulations. This is just an example from, we have standard performance criteria like number of crashes and general trends in catches and biomass. But this is actually employing a diversity index that Jimmy Anelli uses presently in his Pollock assessment and looking at how that interacts with HCRs. And we can talk a bit more about this if you're interested. Again, just new results. This top line is stable environment, cool running variability, warmer running variability in the second and third rows. And don't worry about the columns, they're just different realizations of that. What I wanted to just show is as we toggle across B target, the current harvest control rule, which is in the light green, has sort of a lower diversity index of the spawning biomass as compared to those that have that cap-like effect. And so this again points to the productivity or the diversity in the spawning biomass as perhaps part of the reason why the increase of spawning biomass happens in those simulations. And so I'll just toggle across the B targets. You can see that that's sensitive to where you set those B targets. And then the other thing, and that is essentially what this text here says, status quo HCR is sensitive in terms of diversity of the age classes to those targets. But the other thing to note is that when you start including environmental variability, some of those differences are less obvious. So if you just compare the two orange boxes here, you can see there's periods of time where the diversity indices kind of overlap, and that's even more the case as populations kind of decline under those certain trajectories, and the diversity of the spawning biomass in the population declines. Okay, so I think with that, I'll just leave, kind of come back to this and just ask again, if there are things you've seen here that are of interest, and as you listen through the lightning talks, if there are particular priorities, we are open to those. Again, we've got things kind of set up to run our simulations. We're at a really good point to have this workshop because we're making some decisions about, we do have some limited capacity, so we need to prioritize first phase HCRs and first phase species evaluations and get those through that are of the most pressing interest and needs for the upcoming year. And with that, I'll go ahead and stop and take any questions. And yeah, thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Kirsten. So we're planning for about, for this session to go about 9:45. And so just general structure, it seems to make sense to take about 10 minutes max of questions so that we've got about 20 minutes at least for our discussion. So we'll go ahead and, go to Anne first.
Yeah, I just, my name was listed on this session, but really what I'm going to say is more of a comment than presenting any result. And I just want us to recognize what we just observed. The projections that Kirsten presented were made possible because of the combined work of many, arguably most, of the region's scientific research. These projections demonstrate that scientists in the regions have attained a level of understanding of our region's socio-ecological system to be able to model the complicated processes underlying seafood production in the Bering Sea under current and alternative environmental conditions, different fishing scenarios, and different policy considerations. The models utilize high-resolution ocean models that were parameterized based on 50 years of dedicated research by Earth systems scientists and oceanographers. These ocean models simulate physical and chemical and lower trophic level processes with impressive skill. The models incorporate ecological processes, primary production, secondary productions, recruitment processes, growth, predation, reproductive potential. All of these were derived from focused process study and long-term monitoring. And none of it could have happened without all of those people that stand behind all of us that are part of this project. The contrasting projections of stock status from different assumptions of ecosystem complexity are also impressive because they allow us to identify how large-scale ecosystem interactions might be affecting what we might not see under a single species approach. The models incorporate 40 years of research on the concepts of sustainable production that are designed to prevent overfishing and rebuild overfished stocks in a manner that considers species interactions and fisheries interactions to ensure the utilization of abundant resources does not endanger the survival of the weaker populations or smaller fisheries. The scenarios are also informed by 40 years of economic and social scientists that help us inform the scenarios that benefit communities and industry and the public and the nation overall. And our ability to utilize these new tools to explore the current and alternative harvest strategy is truly the culmination of our region's commitment to understanding systems and our impact on these systems to make informed choices by all of us. And so I just want to make sure that everyone realizes that those look like lines on a graph, but what's behind those lines is truly amazing that all of us that are involved in these projects recognize that it took a real family of scientists to get us to this point, and that's all I really wanted to say.
That's wonderful. Thanks, Anne. And let me revise what I said before. Let's just mix up questions, discussions. Sorry, Franz and I are collaborating on this. Wait, let's revise that. So I will just call in hands. So Curry.
I don't have anything profound to say. More clarifying question about colors of lines on graphs. So, Kirsten, when you were presenting on the Seattle results for Pollock, I think if I understood correctly, the different colors were different biomass targets. But looking at slide 37, it looks like the F target also changes. I'm just trying to make sure I fully understand what was presented there. Is it just the biomass target that's changing, or is the F target changing as well?
Yeah, I'm happy to pull that back up too, if that's useful. Let me know. So I went over that fairly quickly. I'm so sorry. So the different colors in that are different realizations in that future trajectory. And then there is a kind of a line type that is tied to the B targets, if that makes sense. And so the way that we get there is we target, say you set the B target to be 30% of unfished biomass, the model runs to achieve an F rate to get you to 30% of unfished biomass. So yes, they are different F rates, but they correspond to those B targets, if that makes sense. And then the colors are the different GCMs.
Okay, thank you.
Chris Anderson.
I'm going to be even more confused than usual over the next 3 hours if I don't ask. What's a cap-like HCR?
It's a great question. Thank you. This is what happens when you lock yourself in a room regularly with 10 other people. You derive your own language for things. So we have derived HCRs of different types. And the HCR, a cap-like HCR, is one that is inspired by the realized harvest control rule shape that comes out of applying a 2 million ton cap to the pollock population. And I can pull that image back up. So it's essentially, and maybe I should just do that real quick. Would that be useful?
Yeah, it would, to visualize. That'd be great.
Okay, let me go ahead and toggle back here and pardon me while I just do this manually back through the lines. But if we come back to the early, and actually maybe, well, yeah, we'll go back here. So if you look at the figure in the box on the red on the left, or the figure on the right, this is from Jim's paper, you can see that there is the typical, if you're at 0 to 0.2 or to 0.4, the typical tier 3 harvest control rule with the 20% biomass cutoff, right? But above that, which the harvest control rule says, anything above that, just set your harvest target rate to 1 times the input. This is kind of an adjustment. Oops, sorry. What we actually see is that when you have the cap, because you're keeping the catch stable, your effective harvest rate declines. So you get this peak and then what we call a decay rate or a decline in the harvest rate as you have higher biomass. The effect of that is that when you have more biomass in the system, you're kind of banking it and reserving it. You're doing that at the cost of maybe that incremental difference in catch, but the benefit might be higher productivity or ability to get through different environmental shocks. And we do see that the pollock fishery and the pollock stock in the Bering Sea is one of those that has done well through some of the recent shocks. And so we think that there's something there in this interaction between the cap and the harvest control rule. And so we wanted to borrow that shape and apply it to other species in the system. So we kind of borrowed that shape where above the B target ratio, you have this decline, and we're looking at different parameterizations of that. So those are cap-like HCRs.
Do you have an example or a graph of something that's not a cap-like HCR?
Sure, we can go actually here. These are all the different, so the different colors here are the different B target profiles, but the shapes, and you can't see a lot of the slope because it's kind of lost in there, but the shapes are pretty flat for most of the HCRs, and then the cap ones are these ones that look like a ski slope. And it might be easiest to see how that works by playing around with that shiny tool, because you can toggle that decay parameter. If you set it to 0, just makes a flat HCR like we typically have in our tier 3. If you increase it, you can make the slope of that stronger.
Thanks, Kirsten.
Here's a closer view of that. And you can kind of see, this is for pollock, you can see the emergent patterns of those sloping harvest control rules. The cap-like harvest control rules kind of match what we see in practice when we look back historically at F rates as a function of SSC.
Thanks, Kirsten. We've got a follow-up, Franz.
Yeah, thanks, Kirsten, for that. I actually had a follow up on that cap-like HCR idea too. And so I guess these simulations then do away with the actual cap, right? And so you can recreate that without actually imposing a cap. And if I understand that correctly, or did he have the cap on top of the cap-like harvest control rule?
Actually, it's through the chair. Thank you. It's a great question. We are actually considering for a subset of the models also running that attached model that mimics the cap just to see how they interact. But yes, the idea would be that the cap, the actual cap, the 2 million ton cap, has stronger impacts on some species than others. And so this would be a way to look at that kind of more explicitly through the HCR lens and see if we can recreate some of the effects of that. So we hope to run both of those side by side. So you would have the same, everything I showed you here today does not have that attach kind of tack and catch model applied, but we're hoping to do that same set of scenarios, but run it with the attach model that mimics the tack setting and the realized catch.
Yeah, thanks. So the idea here was when you did it was out attached that if you apply sort of the cap like HCR maybe across the board, that you could sort of effectively replace a cap or achieve the same result as a cap.
That's the thinking, yeah, and we're seeing that emerge. I don't. Andy passed a few different species plots to me. I just put the Pacific cod up here, but this is one in our initial evaluations that the 2 million ton cap really didn't change. So the ABC and the TAC were pretty much the same or relatively close for PCOD when we ran our initial ACLIMB scenarios with simulating the cap effects. And so this is now giving a cap-like effect just using HCRs to Pacific cod. So it does seem to work in that design aspect.
Okay, thanks. Maybe another follow-up, if I may. So I guess under these cap-like HCRs, and I mean, if I read this correctly, you're essentially kind of trading off a somewhat lower catch, but more stability against a higher spawning stock biomass.
That is correct.
Yeah. And then you kind of phrased it in terms of having under these harvest control rules sort of an increased productivity, which I'm not sure if I totally understand that. And in what sense is the productivity increased? I mean, I see the higher biomass, but that seems kind of contrary to the general understanding that productivity would be maximized at some intermediate biomass level. So how do you sort of define the productivity in that context?
Yeah, and that's through the chair. That's a great question. So there's two places where productivity could come in. There's both the stock productivity, which may be related to diversity in the spawning biomass age structure. That's a question. I don't think we entered into it with the question of if you apply a cap-inspired HCR, does that result in higher diversity in the spawning biomass? And if that gives you higher diversity in the spawning biomass, does that translate to higher productivity of the stock? So that was one of the first questions that we were asking. The second, because we have these series of food web models, is we were curious is if you, for a species like pollock or any species where there may be some trophic relationship, so some ecosystem component of productivity linked to that biomass of the stock, is this trade-off between lower harvest through the HCR, does that actually come back and spur greater productivity in the ecosystem as a whole? So many of the theories that we use for current fisheries management were from a single species productivity component. This would be taking more of an ecosystem productivity lens to it and evaluate and ask that question: do these HCRs increase productivity, and does that increase ecosystem productivity translate to higher catches?
Great, thanks, Kirsten. So I've got, what I've seen is Ian and then Bob, and then we've got Rob and Dana and Jason. So just so you know, I've seen you, and we're getting there. Okay, Ian.
Well, I'll be quick because Franz just asked basically the question I was going to ask. So I'll maybe just make a comment, which is I think the results that you just mentioned, Kirsten, about comparing with and without a cap under these various control rules, I think is very important, because this is going to be a very high level decision point of whether we focus our efforts on considering adjustments to a cap or adjustments to the harvest control rules, or both, moving forward. So thanks for working on that.
Great, Bob.
Yeah. Thanks, Kirsten. Fantastic job by all. Just kudos to the entire team on the impressive progress here. It's to even be able to have this conversation is super exciting. I've got a couple questions, but let me stick with the cap discussion for a moment. How much resolution do you have in your ability to consider this from a multi-species perspective? So considering economic output, for instance, at some point where your the allocative decisions that could be made affect species differently in this process. So you're not just looking at a single species and the overall effect of a cap, but you're gaming, if you will, multiple species decisions inside of a cap. Do you have that resolution in the model inputs?
Yeah, thank you, Bob, for that question. And I think there's two parts to that. So there's the capacity to do that, and yes, the capacity is there. So in this example for this food web model, every HCR parameterization is specific to that species. So you could toggle the strength of that gamma decay rate for each species specifically. And so there is that ability to play with the trade-offs and in theory, either tune or try to solve for a whole of multi-species yield that's high. The other thing that you were talking about is really comes down to some of the performance metrics. So I'll just come kind of to this list, and adding a sort of aggregate yield or aggregate catch performance, or by guild or by FMPs. I'm ground fish aggregate or crab aggregate. That might be a useful performance criteria to add here as well. And it does sound like also connecting to some of the economic trajectories will be really useful for seeing kind of that aggregate economic yield that comes out of these different HCRs. Thank you.
Thanks, Kirsten. Rob.
Oh yeah, thanks, Kirsten. And yeah, this is an amazing, impressive tool to work with for all the reasons that Anne mentioned. So thinking about the priority species, it makes sense for economically most important species for money and jobs. But I guess since a large portion of this is still research, and you're still trying to assess a variety of different factors, do you have recommendations of what species? I mean, for example, should we consider different life histories or different stocks that are changing or responding biologically to different conditions? Maybe a stock that's increasing or a stock that's decreasing, or one that's highly variable. I guess, do you have a recommendation for us along those lines?
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you. That's a great question, and I'll answer it and then bounce it back to you for a recommendation. I think we do have a core set of species that through the projects we said we were going to look at, and we tried to select, so pollock, peacock. We also try to select species that are like arrowtooth that are dominant in the system, but maybe not harvested anywhere near their TAC. We're trying to find contrasts. So we are also looking at flatfish versus groundfish and crab versus groundfish. And then we've had an increased capacity to look at some protected species. So there's kind of different lenses for cutting. As you can imagine, that proliferates into a lot of different directions. And I think based on capacity realities, we just want to make sure that what we angle for first is in line with what's kind of needed. So we're presently looking at pollock, peacock, arrowtooth as sort of core. We also have northern rock sole. We have some capacity for crab modeling. Some of the food web models also, like I mentioned there, Andy's model has a lot of the protected species. So we have some ability to look at interactions with marine mammals and that kind of thing. So I think where that in a modeling standpoint will come from is identifying some of the performance metrics that people would like us to report out on, because some of the models can return those performance metrics in some species, like you say, those that are tied to sort of increasing or decreasing in response to recent shocks. I think that's a good contrast. So we want to cover the breadth of possibilities when we're looking at these HCRs. So having some of those contrasts is useful.
Great, thanks.
Dana.
Yeah, thanks, Kirsten. This is great. So looking at your extreme warming scenarios in the Seattle slides, you show the very large but kind of different decreases in pollock and peacock. Can you kind of describe where the relationships between the warming and the low recruitment come from?
Yeah, so in this particular model, there's a couple of environmental couplings. So the base environmental coupling is that temperature drives predator and prey interactions. And I'm going to mention these in sequence because it is fairly trivial just to flip the switches and turn these on and off and look at the sensitivity of these different couplings. And so I'm showing you this panel, but we have a number of different recruitment hypotheses, relationships to environment that we can look at. So there's temperature driving the predator-prey interactions. You can toggle on and off those predator-prey interactions. We've got temperature driving growth, so through the von Bernoulli. And then we have, or the model itself fits recruitment mean and deviates for each year. So then that allows us to fit a series of different models outside of the core model if we want, and that includes this case as a Ricker with an environmental covariate on the post-spawning success. We can look at pre-spawning habitat as a driver. That is an avenue we've gone down as well. We can look at Beverton Holt or linear. And I will just say that having worked with these quite a bit, the trajectories you're seeing here really emerge from a relationship with temperature, and often zooplankton will come up. So summer and fall temperatures and conditions tend to be the covariates that emerge the most. And these are the ones that we reported on in the multi-species model. We use an AIC information criterion to go through a couple like 6 or 7 different covariates and with and without interactions.
Thank you.
Jason.
Thanks, Kirsten. This is great work. Really appreciate you presenting it. I got 2 questions. One is kind of related to status quo and how to think about what we're doing now, where we take periodic, I'll call it interventions in the sense of reducing fishing mortality through buffer. So how should we think about that in terms of what's presented here in status quo? And is that something worth thinking about down the road in terms of the scenarios? And then the second question is, how should we be thinking about realistic scenarios versus just going down the road of a worst case scenario?
Yeah, great question. So I'll start with the second one first, and then I'm going to toggle back a few slides because you set me up well for something I was hoping somebody would ask about, and so I'll come to that. So in terms of the future scenarios, one of the things that underpinned both of these projects from the very beginning was the importance of including the future range of scenarios. So I think it is important to have the worst case. It's also important to have the best case in the suite, so you can kind of see the sensitivity of those future trajectories and how that interacts with any management decisions. When you're building something, you want to kind of build it to be robust to the range of things you expect might occur. And then hopefully what we've done is we've bracketed the future, and the future will lie somewhere within there, and we'll have some information that's informative for that. So I don't know if that helps, but I think if you just pick 1 or 2 simulations, you won't be able to do that evaluation and ensure that the tool you're looking at is performing as you expect it to in a variety of futures. And so I think it's really important, and I think a lot of people agree, to have multiple future trajectories and keep those in the suite of discussions going forward. That's important for HCRs. It's also really important for assumptions about future productivity. If I mentioned using a dynamic B0, if you have uncertainty about the future productivity, might be a proceed with caution sort of thing. And so I think having those trajectories in there and knowing, okay, well, there's future environmental trajectories, there's also future responses that may differ depending on our assumptions about how those environmental drivers are connected to populations and ecosystems. So I'm an advocate for have more information and then see how things play out across more information rather than just one singular realization. To your first question, though, you were asking about kind of the buffers. This actually queues up the HCR7, which we didn't show you the results of today. But this is a really intriguing potential approach, and Paul's going to talk a bit more about it. I think I'm super excited by it because this kind of spread that's potentially related to something like bottom temperature, which we can forecast, you'll hear Kelly talking about that, gives the opportunity to maybe bridge from the risk table discussions like we do presently or buffer discussions. And for a few select species where we know these relationships and we've tested them and we do the full MSE and we have confidence that we know the relationships, there is the potential through some of these HCRs to bridge to a more quantitative formulation of that kind of effect. So you would be moving away from a buffer towards maybe a more explicit analytical approach to setting that difference. And so it may not work for all species. Yeah, it's probably a species by species or stock by stock basis, but it holds some promise. I think it's kind of exciting.
Bob.
Yeah, thanks, Kirsten. Question on, as we're considering what harvest control rule options to move forward with or recommend or, even think about, how would you recommend that or how are you planning to communicate the limitations of the information, the uncertainty in the data? So for instance, if we wanted to look at the impacts of extreme events, you mentioned that perhaps some of the CAP results were influenced by extreme events. How do we understand at what time scale we can provide that information? Your graphs clearly show stability over a longer time period, but if we're looking to make decisions on an annual 2-year basis with respect to a heat wave, for instance, how do we communicate what the expectations of our ability to do that with these models is?
Ooh, yeah, that's an easy question. Thanks. No, it's a good one. It's an important one. I think the key here, this kind of actually comes back to the previous question about those future trajectories. What we're trying to do here, and I shouldn't say what we're trying to, what we are doing here, and in fact, John Ream has a paper that did this, and some of the ongoing evaluations on the multi-model inference are allowing for this, is we're actually parsing. So it's not just a big cloud. It is, when you plot it, a big cloud of uncertainty, but you can start to parse out what chunk of that is due to noise, background noise, observation error, some of the just nuances of sampling a system and patchiness of species. How much of that is due to, I think, temperature drives metabolism, but somebody else thinks temperature and oxygen drive metabolism, right? So those sort of how you set up your couplings, you can start to chunk out that uncertainty into these different parts. And then finally, how much of it is driven by process, the environmental process driving changes that up and down. If we can isolate those different pieces, we can reduce the uncertainty associated with observations by having observations, right? So if we have surveys and we have information, that reduces that observation error. We can similarly, we can reduce that process error uncertainty that right now might come in a sigma term. We can reduce and cleave off that part if we have operational forecasts that are accurate and we know how to couple them. So now we can take that whole cone of uncertainty and all the discussions around buffers and things that go with that, and we can reduce that down and increase the efficiency of our advice. And that's the goal. That's the whole idea here, is to really be able to parse that into different chunks and then use some of the forecasting tools to help us be more efficient through ups and downs and climate shocks. So thanks for the question. It's good.
Thanks, Kirsten. I know that we have a couple more questions, but time-wise, to keep us close, I suggest it's 9:45. Let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break, and we'll come back at 10 o'clock and we'll move on to the second session. Thank you very much, Kirsten, and absolutely everybody that was involved.
Thank you.
Do you guys do?
It seems like we can unmute. No, I can't mute. Mute.
All right, everybody, let's bring it back together. All right, for session 2, do you have an intro to this, Diana, or should I go directly and call on people for presentations?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I'm going to advance slides for people. So we have them all compiled both for session 2 and session 3 to try to keep things moving quickly. They're all compiled into one, and so people will be able to speak. For session 2, 3 of our presenters are remote, 1 is in the room, and for session 3, 2 of our presenters are in the room and 1 is remote. Ooh, and I just poured water all over that. So I will turn it over to you.
Thanks, Diana. All right, so the first,
let that go.
For those of you online, we're just dealing with some details. Spillage. Ah. All right, first presentation will be from Kelly Kearney. And so, hi there, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Great, go ahead when you're ready.
Okay, thank you very much. If you can advance. So I want to give a quick update on the MOM6 regional modeling effort that's going on right now and how it might relate to the ongoing work. This is going to be a very quick overview, so hopefully you can look into some external references for some more details if needed. So first of all, I want to give a quick update on the regional modeling landscape. As Kirsten just discussed in quite some detail, a lot of our ongoing research efforts have been related to the ROMS model, the Regional Ocean Modeling System, where we've had a number of different regional model domains set up for both the Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska region. These have been primarily research focused and set up by small teams over a variety of a long period of time for a variety of reasons. And we're now trying to migrate towards a more cohesive nationwide modeling effort for operational fisheries management purposes using the MOM6, the Modular Ocean Model version 6 framework. For the Alaska region, there are basically 2 of these domains that are applicable. There's the Northeast Pacific domain, which is shown here in the purple, which covers approximately the same region as some previous ROMS efforts, but extends a bit further south. And also further north into the Chukchi, although we're generally counting that as boundary conditions in that model. There's also a Pan-Arctic domain that's in development, and that covers the entire high Arctic as well as the subarctic seas, including the Bering Sea and the Chukchi Sea. So next slide. So why are we making this migration to MOM6? The first aspect of it is that this is a nationwide effort. So rather than trying to have a lot of small research-supported domains that are set up through a variety of external funding and grants and extend over a short period of time, trying to put together a more operational framework. It will be a more cohesive framework across regions. There are domains being set up for the entire United States and all oceanic and Great Lakes regions. It also, as you can see in this little diagram to the left, it's being used in a variety of contexts across both government and academics. And that leads to a much more robust project management framework that allows for more flexible use of up-to-date, the most recent research results, as well as a more robust testing and validation framework. Advantage number 2 are the vertical coordinate system used in this model. There's a lot of detail that I'm going to skip over here, but basically versus the terrain following coordinates that were used in the ROMS model, this allows for better representation of the shelf break, which has historically been one of the regions that we're not great with in the ROMS, but is very important for a variety of managed species. So that is a key advantage. And the final advantage that I pointed out here, the way the time stepping is set up to separate equations related to barotropic and baroclinic processes and from tracer advection. I don't need to get into the details of that, but what it allows is a more lightweight model that allows us to do larger ensembles, and that's going to be key in a lot of the forecasts that we'll be running going forward. Next slide. So there are a variety of simulation timescales that we're going to be focusing on with this. And I forgot to mention in the beginning that a lot of this is being done under the auspices of the Changing Ecosystem and Fisheries Initiative, or SSC. So the simulations span timescales from long-term forecasts that would be running over hundreds of years to short-term forecasts and hindcasts of near-term historical and future conditions. Despite a little bit of chaos in recent years or in recent months due to some personnel realignments, we are generally on track for the original ambitious timeline for deliverables that I've placed at the bottom right of this. For the MOM6 NEP, the Northeast Pacific domain specifically, the hindcast that runs from 1993 through 2024 is available online. It's published, and annual updates will be expected each year. The seasonal forecast suite, which are providing 12 to 24 month forecasts. Right now, a retrospective suite has been run covering the period of 1993 to 2020, and that's being used to assess the skill of those those seasonal forecasts. So far, that's showing a significant promise and a little bit more skill, especially in some of the ice-covered regions that had previously been problematic in the ROMS domain. 2025 forecasts are in progress right now, and the publication of that framework is being set up. The Northwest Atlantic first batch that was put out for operational use was just delivered recently, and we expect the Northeast Pacific to be following close behind. The Arctic domain is a little bit further behind in the setup. Its configuration has proved to be a little bit tricky, particularly on the Atlantic side, where there's some deep water formation processes that are causing some issues, but we expect that to be following not too far behind. From the harvest control route perspective, we expect that there'll also be some other timeframes that will be useful, including decadal forecasts, which would be spanning more of a 5 to 10 year period, and long-term projections, which would be similar to the simulations that Kirsten was showing in ACLIME that span that look at long-term forecasts more in a adaptive management perspective. And the configurations for both of those for the Northeast Pacific are in progress at the moment. Next slide. So we had our first trial run of presenting MOM6 results at our 2025 Alaska Spring Peak meeting. We were able to extract similar indices that we have provided at the Spring Peak and in the ecosystem status report in the previous years using our Bering 10K ROMS model. The advantage of the the MOM6 NEP model is that in addition to providing those indices for the Bering Sea, it also spans the entire managed region of Alaska, including the Aleutian Islands and Gulf of Alaska. So here you can see our forecast anomaly for our mid-April anomaly and how that applies to a forecast for July for bottom temperature. And next slide. For surface temperature, as you can see for 2025, we are projecting significantly warm conditions, and we expect to be providing similar indices in this summer's ecosystem status report when we bring the simulations up to date through the end of probably around August to September. We will also be providing the same Bering Sea ROMS projection or ROMS hindcasts that we have in previous years, and that will allow some comparison and transition especially for some of the variables that have yet to be fully validated, including things like the carbonate system. So by having both of those models side by side, we're hoping to ease the transition from one framework to another. Next slide. I would like to point out that there's a lot more information available on the CEFI data portal. I've provided the link here if you want to go check that out. It shows all the data that is available. Right now, we have the Northwest Atlantic and Northeast Pacific domains with some hindcasts and forecasts available there. The data will be put online as soon as it's available, and we're hoping that it will soon to develop some Alaska-specific products that we will be putting together possibly through the ACFIN database, which is used for a lot of the assessment activities, or a similar easy-to-access location for the Alaska-specific material. So it was a very whirlwind tour, and I recognize that I had to gloss over a lot of the details. So I'm happy to answer any questions, and if you want to reach out to me, or to Kirsten, or to anyone else involved with the CEFI project, that we can provide more information on those regional modeling products. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I think we'll go through all of the lightning talks, and then after those, we'll take questions and discussion combined, sort of like we did for the first one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I should have mentioned that we had to, Cody Sawaski had to drop out, so then we'll be moving to Paul Spencer next.
Thank you. I forgot to announce that. Appreciate it. So Paul, if you're online, can you hear us?
Oh, no, we're muted now.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, great. Yeah, sorry, I had a little technical difficulty, but yeah, so I'm going to give a brief update on some work we're doing with essentially dynamic harvest control rules and time varying productivity, and particularly as it applies to walleye pollock. So before I begin, I just want to kind of define what I mean by productivity. I think Franz kind of alluded to this. You know, for this study, what I mean by productivity is the rate at which a stock can replace itself. So in the literature on spinal recruit analyses and the development of harvest control rules, both SPR based and cycle group analysis based, I mean, this has been kind of the typical definition of productivity. I think one of the goals of this workshop that would be really great if we could have kind of a consistent definition of productivity, so we're kind of speaking in the same language. But at any rate, there's been several papers that have indicated that pollock recruitment is related to temperature, and this affects productivity and fishing reference points and harvest control rules. And kind of a more general nationwide study I've been involved with as well have shown that for many stocks in the U.S., there has been temporal changes in productivity. So this would affect how our dynamic control rule would change over time. And as Kirsten alluded to, we're trying to kind of incorporate some flavor of these dynamic HCRs into our 8-climb simulations. So next slide, please. So we can kind of think about, there's a bunch of simulations I have done, but this graph kind of underlies what's going on with all of them. We can kind of think about, what would the FMSY be in a changing environment using kind of an equilibrium analysis. So imagine that, we have a control rule, kind of a vanilla, status quo control rule shown in black here. And if the control rule is consistent with the productivity of stock, we would have some equilibrium point kind of showing, shown in this white diamond here. Our controls are designed so you're kind of just above the kink. So now imagine a case where we have some increase in temperature and some decrease in productivity. If we use the same control rule, we would be fishing at a rate that's higher than the productivity of stock would suggest. So now we decrease the stock biomass, and that's the Newcomb point is shown in black here. Another point to show here too is that this income point is really close to the point at which we would kind of curtail fishing. So that's a concern. Okay, given this, there's a couple options. We could adjust the BMSY, but keep the fishing mortality rate reference point the same. And that's shown in red here. And in this case, we kind of go the wrong way. We actually increase our fishing rate and decrease the biomass even more. If we adjust both the FABC and the BMSY to the new conditions, we move down to this blue control rule. And again, we're kind of just above the kink. We move to a higher equilibrium biomass and a lower fishing mortality rate, in this case, relative to if we had done nothing. So another point to make here too is that these control rules of both FABC and BMSY kind of move in tandem. They kind of both change at the same time. And as Cody kind of showed in his paper, and as I'm showing here, if you change one without the other, you might get some counterintuitive results. So next slide, please. So the simulations we did involve looking at these control rules. So they're kind of color coded here to correspond to the previous graph, changing either one of the reference points or both, or changing neither. And a fourth one kind of shown in green is what if we kind of smooth these reference points over time, to not adjust for, kind of unusual years. So next slide, please. So there's a lot of kind of performance metrics, I chose two that were really kind of focused on kind of fishery performance. I think these are actually highlighted in kind of the overview talk this morning. But if you look at the portion of simulations where the fishery is closed, we do quite a bit better, with the dynamic control rules over the static control rules. Essentially, we're not so close to the cutoff at which we would curb shale fishing or declare the stock to be overfished. And also, if you look at the consistency in FAPC over time, so for each simulation, we have a time series, and you can look at how much the F varies within that time series, and then just a box plot across the different simulations. It's a little counterintuitive, but we actually do better with the dynamic control rules, and it's again because we're not so close to essentially the B20 point where we're essentially curtailing fishing. So the end story here is that in these simulations, having a control that's kind of reactive to current conditions produces more stability into fishing performance. And I'd love to talk to the people in the industry to find out kind of what performance metrics they're interested in. Next slide, please. So just kind of to some general conclusions, for pollock in kind of an adaptive, change in environment, dynamic environment, the dynamic control rules resulted in decreased fishery exposures when productivity was reduced. And another point to make here too is that I didn't show it in this talk, but it's possible that productivity could increase. I mean, if times are good, you could have control rules that actually allow higher fishing rates. You could never fish above FSY, but your perception, your estimates of what FSY is might change over time and might increase over time too. For data-rich stocks, like this pollock stock is, our estimates of recruits are not really dependent upon what we choose to model the stock curve with. It's really informed by all of the composition data we have in the assessment. So this work isn't really about improving our estimates in the assessment. It's more about trying to get the best estimates of future productivity under changing conditions. Another point, I can credit Jim for this comment. Our controls are already time varying, and especially for a stock like pollock, where we have time varying growth and time varying selectivity. So every time we do an assessment, we get different estimates, and we have slightly different control rules. Even though if the general shape is a change, the kind of the hinge points might change slightly. So the incorporation of variation in productivity, in addition to things that are already changing, is kind of conceptually consistent with what we're doing now. And as Kirsten mentioned, sort of kind of a challenge is to apply this to tier 3 stocks or and regard non-pollock stocks. And I'm still talking about Kirsten about the best way to do that, especially for stocks where you might not believe the stock curve as much as you do for pollock. I think some kind of empirical approach, where we're kind of looking at time series of recruits responders, and you kind of adjust your FABC in relation to how much recruits responders has changed over time might be useful, but I think we're still kind of working that out. And that's what I have. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Paul.
Hi, everyone. Looks like the slides cut off on my screen a little bit, but I'll just dive right in. I've got a few kind of jog memory slides. This is one from a talk I gave a year ago, looking at how variable the ABC is relative to the TAC. So it's kind of previous slide, or I can skip it.
It's got a mind of its own at the moment. We're working on it.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so this is just a memory jog for what pollock history looks like relative to ABC, and harvest control rules are obviously the ABC discussion that's happening today, and I really appreciate the talks already because they're talking about kind of control rules that relate to something close to the stability that we see from the TAC with the pollock quota. Next slide, please. This next slide is something I put together for the CIE review that happened 2 weeks ago, where it's just showing all of our survey data combined. And so one of the key emphasis, Paul took on the really difficult problem of coming up with productivity estimates and relationships. I think fundamental to that is the fantastic data that get collected here. And the dots, if you can see them, are just different series that are used in the assessment. And I just wanted to highlight the period 2008, 2009 in there, the very low values where everything seems to be low. And that was something that in the previous slide we saw where the ABC and the TAC were identical. And so the data behind the reductions in the ABC are evident, and that's something that I'm placing a high premium on, is continuing to get these data so that we can respond in what the fish are doing. Next slide. And just to realize on these things for our, dynamics in the ecosystem changes. I have a how does ecosystem function? Are there things that we're missing both in distribution? The forage base, the predation, and I really appreciate the work that Andy and others have been doing in looking at kind of the history of where we've been, and are we projecting things to be super different because we see actual estimates that we believe or not. Next slide, please. This is just a memory reminder. So I think the key to get the management access to line up with productivity is to get our database in line, that not lose sight of the fact that we have survey data that are really telling us how the fish are responding, and then using the harvest control rules, using simulation-based modeling techniques to evaluate actual management levers. And so next slide, I think I've got, yeah, so this is what I wanted to remind, that for pollock, a few years ago, I showed that, it makes a lot of sense economically to keep the stock at a higher level, which effectively we've done, even though our HCRs are based on the biology. And I'll note that the relative yield scale here is a little, it looks a little more dramatic than it actually is, but it's pretty flat. But I do think it's important. And one of the things that this captured had to do with the size composition of the fish. And so it's like basically having a yield per recruit effect that shifted the economic yield to the right for higher stock sizes. And the reason I included this is that if we go to the next slide, I think in addition to how things shape up with productivity, I think that's a harder problem. I think our survey data can tell us more about how the fishery domain can be shifting, or the availability. And this is just a slide that we have on showing the more northerly distributions in recent years, as we all know, with the warming climate. And if we have other evidence in the next slide that this shift in domain has been observed in the past. These are historical acoustic surveys that extended into Russia, and you can see that in some years the amount of pollock that we saw in the Russian zone was high. This is quite old data now, but you can see, I just wanted to capture some of the variability across the zone. And if we look at the next slide, we can see that there's some evidence that it's related to bottom temperature. And more recently, some of the innovative work that's happened at the Alaska Center looking at the flux of pollock across the zone has shown that there's a temperature relationship to distribution. And so next slide, I just really wanted to applaud the work that went on here. So this is those moorings that I was talking about, and they do show some relationship with temperature. And so final slide, I just wanted to emphasize that in addition to productivity, we'll have distribution changes. And what we also know is that along with the distribution changes, there's human dimension changes as well, with renovations in the Russian fleet. And so potential for increased effort there. And so we're really going to need to monitor not only changes in what we think is happening on the productivity side, but not lose sight of the fact that there's also going to be movement across the regions that will either change the perception of productivity or just change the way we need to think about that. And I think that's all I have, and I'm happy to bring discussion later. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Jim. Next presentation is Chris Free, and you're here in the room. Go ahead.
Great, thanks. So I'm here to talk about the Pacific Sardine Harvest Control Rule. The Pacific Sardine Harvest Control Rule is the only operational climate-linked harvest control rule in the U.S. It's predicated on the idea that sardine recruitment is higher during warm years and lower during cool years, so you can fish harder in warm years and have to fish lighter in cool years. And I think these sorts of harvest control rules are really sort of a luring option for increasing the climate adaptiveness of our harvest control rules, but they probably have to be applied fairly judiciously because they really depend on predictable and stationary relationships between environment and productivity. They sort of require consistent updates as those relationships start to change or break down and as you get new data. And they can also risk overfishing if that assumed relationship completely breaks down. So we're going to see how this is played out with the Pacific Sardine Harvest Control Rule. Next slide, please. So this rule was first established in 1998, and it's specified using a couple of different parameters. So there's one, we assume that 87% of the biomass is in U.S. waters and available for harvest. And then there's a maximum catch set at 200,000 metric tons. Fishing is closed when the population falls below a cutoff biomass of 150,000 metric tons. And then the exploitation rate at MSY is a function of sea surface temperature at the Scripps Pier. There's a minimum value and a maximum value to that exploitation rate. And the majority of those parameters were derived through management strategy evaluation to sort of weigh trade-offs across a bunch of different management objectives, which I think is a good gold standard. But the operating model of the management strategy evaluation assumed the environmental relationship that is sort of specified here between the exploitation rate at MSY and sea surface temperature. And so then in 2010, next slide, please. The relationship between recruitment and environment was reassessed, and it was found that relationship that was once found no longer existed, and that the rule needed to be revised. So the analysis was done again. The whole MSE process was done again. It was updated so that the recruitment was sort of pegged against temperature at in the Cal Coffee survey, which represents a wider sort of region of Southern California. New relationship was derived for specifying how the exploitation rate that achieves MSY varies based on temperature was derived. Next slide, please. And now in 2025, we're considering re-deriving this again. We've reevaluated with new data. The relationship continues to exist, but it's getting weaker and weaker. So it appears to be breaking down over time as we seek to apply it. So this is just sort of highlighting that this requires a lot of maintenance and these relationships change. Next slide, please. And then sort of perhaps showing that we don't totally understand what's going on. The sardine population collapsed in 2015 in the midst of a marine heat wave. So when waters were warm and recruitment should have been high, we sort of expected the population to rebuild quickly during that warm period, and it has not. It's remained depleted and closed since 2015, despite the heat wave and El Nino. Next slide, please. And I just wanted to sort of highlight results from a couple of other papers sort of related to this. But Andre Punt and colleagues did a review of these climate-linked harvest control rules applied around the world and sort of found that they provide sort of marginal benefits compared to rules without an environmental link. And if they did, it really depended on having a really good mechanistic understanding of that environmental relationship. And then Cody Soswalski in Imagine Strategy Evaluation using based on snow crab found that when you apply a regime-based harvest control rule when regimes don't actually exist, that really sort of risks the probability of overfishing, which might be what happened here with Pacific sardine. That's it.
Thanks very much, Chris. So let's go ahead and we'll take about 10 minutes now, and we'll have questions and discussion from our panelists. Ian.
Yeah, thanks. I think this is a question for Paul. I'm curious, Paul, do you have any thoughts on what specific conditions from your simulations differed from those in ACLIME that would have produced a result that seems to show a dynamic approach performing better rather than, I think, the result Kirsten showed, which was the opposite?
Yeah. Like I said, I think Kirsten and I are still trying to, kind of figure out how to translate kind of what I've done to sort of the ACLIME simulations. I think part of it is that well, for one thing, I think part of it is sort of that V20 cutoff in the control rule. I'm not sure that's present in all of the simulations. And that has a big effect on the stock. Another thing is that the analyses I did are really kind of related to the spawner recruit analysis and really kind of based on sort of a tier 1 approach. I think the analysis that Kirsten did was kind of based on more of a tier 3 approach where, there was different levels of kind of SPR rates that might have been changed over time. But it kind of highlights a kind of more general question is, I think it's related to kind of Chris's talk too. There's got to be some way to adapt our control rules for stocks that we would call tier 3 in Alaska. Even for tier 3 stocks, you might recognize a case where you might think productivity is declining. You might have a decline in your Christopher over time that you might want to use to kind of react to either in the risk table or in a more kind of formal arrangement. Some of the work that we're doing in kind of our other CAPA group, looking at dynamic control rules aren't really dependent on environmental link. It's more, these policies are kind of more reactive. If you see, something in your data that suggests that conditions are different than they were before, there's a process for reacting to that instead of just assuming that things never change. So I don't know if that answers your question or not, but maybe the short answer is that Kirsten and I have to kind of get together and just compare what we did.
Thank you. We'll go to Martin, Rob, and then I see that Jim, you've got a question as well. So let's go to Martin next.
Okay, thanks. It was great to see the sardine harvest control rule presented, and maybe a bit of a cautionary tale, but I guess I was wondering, Chris, if you're still there, we were looking at Kirsten's harvest control rules that she was suggesting. You can get that sort of F goes up and then goes down at higher stock size with just a max catch cap, like what's been implemented for sardines. And I was wondering the sort of basis of that max cap and whether that was sort of an economic decision, or was it somehow related to the biology of the stock, and just the sort of thinking that went behind the max catch sort of cap for sardines?
Yeah, that's a great question. So if I had plotted the harvest control rule in terms of the exploitation rate, yeah, it would have looked exactly the same sort of general shape as the cap-like harvest control rule that Kirsten plotted. So that's exactly right. So the way that they arrived at that 200,000 metric ton max cap was through this management strategy evaluation where they specified a couple of different policies that had different max catch caps and I don't remember which performance metric led them to choose that value over the others, but it was selected through a management strategy evaluation process that included many of the variables we often look at or outcomes we often look at.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks. We'll go to Rob.
Yeah, thanks, Sherry. I have a question for Kelly for the MOM6, and it's just a comparison with ROMS in terms of how well it resolves shallow water areas like the Northern Bering Sea, which is a large majority less than 60 meters, and then also kind of complex shelf topographies in the Gulf of Alaska and freshwater input, et cetera. Are they pretty comparable?
Well, as I did point out, the vertical remapping scheme allows us to capture the realistic bathymetry of the entire region a lot more precisely. So in the Northern Bering Sea, that is not a big difference because it's a relatively flat area that didn't require smoothing. The shelf break, it will in sort of along the Aleutians or areas where we expect to have much better resolution of those dynamics. And I'll also just note that in general, we seem to be getting some of the dynamics through passes and the along coast currents a little bit more well resolved in the MOM6 model, I think, as a result of this increased resolution of bathymetry. Like I said, the Northern Bering Sea, we haven't looked at closely because we didn't have any reason to suspect that being a little bit off in the ROMS model. It was generally well captured and will continue to be in the MOM6.
How about freshwater input from the Gulf of Alaska?
Right. Freshwater input, we're using a very similar data set where the river input is coming from the GLOFAS model, which is a global model of river runoff. We're also modifying the Gulf of Alaska ones with the Hill data set, which is the same one that was used for our GOA climb simulations in order to get some of the more detailed runoff that's really necessary for that region. So for the most part, we think this is a more comprehensive river runoff data set than what we were using for the ROMS model, which was a little bit of a hodgepodge based on river runoff gauges. And we are paying very close attention to both the freshwater input and the iron concentration of that input for the Gulf of Alaska region, where that becomes quite important.
Thank you.
So the last one it's a question from Jim Iannelli, and it was written, it's for Chris Free. So wondering how much the MHW affects the effective availability of sardines to the fishery, as in would the fishery be able to access anything like historical catches if the harvest control rule didn't exist?
Yeah, that's a good question, and I didn't want it to seem like sort of like causal that the harvest control rule caused this collapse, but I think it sort of shows that the sort of hypothesized relationship between temperature and productivity really broke down during that period. So I think it could be something like that where there was a shift in it could have been like a shift in where the sardine were relative to the survey that led to that conclusion, as opposed to reduced recruitment or something. So yeah, definitely it's not necessarily the harvest control rule's fault that the fishery collapsed, but it certainly hasn't rebuilt.
Thanks very much. That's the time that we have for questions and discussion at this point. So let us move to session 3. And for that, We'll see if Diana has any intro or if we just go directly to speakers.
Thanks. I'll try not to flood my table again. Um, we have two of our speakers here in the room, Carrie McGilliard and Albie, and then Jimmy Anelli will be the last presenter, and he'll be remote again. So as soon as we can pull this up, we can present from here. And let me give Carrie.
Okay, good to see you all. So I'm here today to just give you a flavor of what we have going on with Goa Climb and the suite of models that we have to bring to analyze various harvest control rule options. So this is the Gulf of Alaska Climate Integrated Modeling Project, and I will just acknowledge my co-lead PI, Megan Bryan, as well as Martin Dorn, who initiated the Go Climb project to start with before he retired, and we're really glad to still have his involvement in it. And also just want to acknowledge Anne Holloway and Kirsten Holtzman, because Go Climb really builds on everything that they developed, Anne over the course of her career, and Kirsten as well. Can I do next slide? So the goal of Go Climb, and I'm sorry, Diana, I don't know how to forward the slides on this computer. I did try scrolling. Okay, so it skipped one. How are you scrolling? Okay, thank you very much. GoClimb is really meant to develop and synthesize results from a suite of multi-species ecosystem models to support decision-making about things like harvest control rules, adaptation and resilience of fisheries management, and fishing-dependent communities in the Gulf of Alaska. And we have a number of models to talk about today, so I will just jump in to try to give you a flavor of what's going on. We have an Atlantis model for the Gulf of Alaska. It's a spatially in-depth stratified model. It is forced using temperature and salinity and currents from ROMs in the historical period and includes 78 species groups, so it's quite complex. It's an end-to-end ecosystem model. It has age-structured vertebrate populations in it, and it includes everything from detritus and primary production, groundfish, forage fish, seabirds, and marine mammals. And uses ontogenetic size-based predator-prey interactions that consider the spatial overlap of predator and prey. And so that's kind of a special thing that Atlantis can do. As you can imagine, it's pretty complex, and so it's also deterministic. And Albie's going to be telling you a little bit more about this later. We have done a bunch of work with Atlantis analyzing the optimum yield for the Gulf of Alaska. In addition, we have two ecopath models. They are both single area models, one for the Western Gulf and one for the Eastern Gulf, split at 147 west. And both models include depths from 0 to 1,000 meters. These models are forced with temperature and primary production outputs and model 86 species groups. And so that's pretty similar to the complexity of Atlantis. And it includes age-structured modeling for 9 fish species, and also, just like Atlantis, includes detritus and primary production, groundfish, all the way up through marine mammals. It has a little bit of a different view or a different method for how to account for biological interactions. It's a mass balanced food web model that tracks the energy flow through the system. And I know you're probably kind of familiar with this in terms of ACLIM's ecopath modeling as well. It tracks monthly cohorts of fish with density dependent predation mortality, and it's also deterministic. We have an R Seattle model, which is a different flavor of the Seattle model. It's written in TMB, and Grant Adams has been working on it. for quite some time. It's a 3-species model, including pollock, Pacific cod, and arrowtooth flounder, and so a bit more akin to stock assessment models, and links species through age and time-varying predation mortality, and utilizes bioenergetics and diets to inform climate-specific consumption and prey preference of predators. There's a bunch of environmental covariates that can be linked to different parameters like catchability and recruitment, bioenergetic consumption, and natural mortality that happens in addition to predation mortality. Because it doesn't have the complexity of Atlantis and EcoPath, it's stochastic and has the capability to do full management strategy evaluation, and also has the capability to do single species modeling. So you can turn off the biological interactions in it and apply it to whatever species you like. We also have a miser model, which is a single area model. It is in development. Cheryl Barnes is here today. She's working on it. It can be forced using phytoplankton and zooplankton anomalies from the historical period, and you can link bottom temperature to consumption and respiration. It is a bit of an in-between between something like Atlantis and something like our Seattle, in that it models 11 of the most abundant groundfish species in the Gulf, and focuses on size. Size informs metabolic rates and functional relationships, trophic niche, vital rates, and fishing, and it's also deterministic. So that gives you a flavor of some of our multi-species models, and then we have a community economic model. Currently, we are plugging in projected catches from our Seattle for pollock and Pacific cod and arrowtooth flounder for a suite of different environmental and fishing scenarios. This model can account for the geographic flow of fisheries benefits within Alaska and to outside of Alaska, and predicts long-term economic outcomes from those future catches for 10 regions within the Gulf. It's being used for the Gulf now. It's expandable to both the Gulf and the Bering Sea. So that gives you a flavor of what we're doing in GoaClim and the tools that we have to provide some analysis of different HCRs in the future. And I just want to acknowledge all of our GoaClim modelers who really do the bulk of the work here. And also we have a lot of additional co-PIs whose input we really value. So I'll go back to that, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Like last time, I think we're going to hold the sort of questions and discussion until the end of these three. So we'll go next to Albert Rovolini. Welcome.
Yes, thank you very much. I will spend a couple of minutes talking about the work that we have been doing with the Atlantis model that Carrie was talking about. With respect to the OY cap in the Gulf of Alaska. So the context for this work is that historically the OY cap in the Gulf, unlike the Bering Sea cap, has not constrained harvest specifications for groundfish, and these are ABC and TAC historically, and neither of them have approached them, and the catch is even lower for many of these stocks. Next slide, please. So we use the model that Carrie was talking about to do a set of fishing experiments, simulation experiments, to test different environmental conditions and different fishing regimes. And this graph, which is from a publication that we have recently authored, you have essentially fishing intensity on the X, and those bars represent aggregate groundfish catch from the Gulf of Alaska. And the red line is the optimum yield. And the fishing scenarios that we explored were essentially one where all the stocks are fished at comparable rates, meaning the same multipliers of their own FMSY across the board. And then another scenario where arrowtooth flounder specifically was harvested at much lower rates, which is more in line with what happens in the real world. And basically the take-home message here is that this increased arrowtooth biomass in the system under exploitation results in predation pressure that our model resolves, and as such foregone catches, mostly of pollock, but of groundfish in general. We tested a couple of environmental scenarios, one of historical cool conditions, and next slide, one of future potential projected warm conditions. And the point stands about Artooth, except in the warmer scenarios, you also have, at least in our simulations, negative effects on some of the stocks, mostly Pacific cod, but in general, a couple of other groundfish stocks. So the only case where the aggregate catch in these simulations approached and met the cap was really fish exposing the system to a MSY, FMSY rather, type pressure. Next slide, please. This is just to show that with this model, we also get to look at the effects of management strategies and environmental scenarios on other species than the target stocks. In this case here, it's some of the predators of groundfish in the Gulf, and those are the same fishing scenarios, and we won't go into details, but essentially here we just plot the biomass of these species with respect to the biomass of their preferred prey, and that's to explore basically the flow-on effects that different strategies and different environmental conditions may have on non-target species. Next slide. And to conclude, the motivation is that the cap is not constrained in the Gulf, unlike the Bering Sea, the harvest specifications for groundfish, and Artooth underexploitation and projected environment in our simulations both resulted for different reasons and basically lower catch of some of the other groundfish stocks. There's a link in those slides for those that have them in the PDF version to our publication. Next slide. So I guess I'll just keep going with the next bit, which is the next step. So what I've been talking about was basically just comparing the status quo to the existing cap without attempting to set different values of set cap, but is that something that we can simulate with this tool? So we're working on that with the Atlantis model. The issue that we have, of course, is how do we go about rescaling the harvest specification under a cap that would be constraining? This is done, for example, by attach in the A-climb models that Kirsten was talking about, which is based on past instances of how the process has worked of going from ABC to TAC under the Bering Sea cap. We don't have that in the Gulf of Alaska, of course, so we're building a mechanistic method, which is a work in progress. Final slide. And it satisfies a few conditions. One of them, of course, the aggregate catch has to be below the cap. It also cannot violate single species constraints. So for instance, allocations that derive from rescaling under the cap cannot exceed HCR derived allocations, for instance. And also you can't back yourself into spots where you have zero catch allocations for any of the stocks, of course. We do that as of now by using weights that are stock specific. Essentially, they can express things like the value that different stocks have and which stocks would be rescaled under a constraining cap versus which stocks harvest specifications would not be rescaled. The work that we're doing now is to include prohibited species catch and groundfish bycatch considerations into this as well. And there is a link in those slides to a little app online to explore some of these ideas and demonstrate them. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation.
And then Jim Iannelli will be our last presenter.
Yeah, this will be quite brief as well. We did have a meeting. I've kind of lost track of what this one was called, but it was with the GOA climb and the other climb, and working with Albie, we talked quite a bit about tax setting in simulation scenarios. And I just have a few slides here talking about the background. One was that we originally had a constrained optimization program that I was pretty heavily involved with developing, but it was quite extensive, and Carrie and earlier postdocs have been updating that. That's the so-called, what's it called? I'm not remembering our program. Anyway, there's research still going on with developing this larger program, but the shortcut methods that were developed by Alan Haney and Amanda Faig is what we're talking about. Yeah, the technical interaction model. Thank you. Sorry, you've seen that one before. I'm just a little spacey right now. Yeah, next slide, please. So this TAC modeling approach that Amanda and Alan Haney put together has been in place for several years now. It's on a DOI. If you click in the PDF, that should take you to the. It's not called attach. It's called the catch thing. I think attach wasn't the greatest online name to have for an R library. So, but it is in there, and it involves something called seemingly unrelated regression modeling approach, and it's very interesting. But basically, the error terms are modeled and correlated, so they are something that actually can be related in using different techniques. And Chris Sanderson will correct my boggling of that approach, but it's basically a way to you do regressions and then have other constraints, and it's quite slick. And this is just a figure showing how some of the response to the 2 million ton TAC would take place. And the workshop that we had was great because it kind of opened this up, and I think there's a lot of potential now. And we did develop another little shiny app to interface this, but basically, next slide, just last slide, just to summarize, we need to make it a more generalized tool and update it with the latest kind of what the TACs and ABCs have been to see how much it might have changed through time. And with that, I think I'll stop.
Thanks very much, Jim. So at this point, let's go ahead and take about doing math. Let's go ahead and take about 10 minutes or so to have about the same as last time, to have questions and then discussion. Interested in thoughts from panelists as well. All right. Sarah.
Yeah, hi. So I actually have a couple questions, but I'll start with one with a hopefully with a follow-up as well, to more broadly, not to one specific speaker. But can you talk a little bit more about how phishing behavior, inclusive of but not just limited to phishing dynamics, may change the response for different HCR model or outputs? So is there a feedback effect, and how is that addressed in the model in terms of iteratively accounting for behavioral changes? Let me know if that's not clear.
Sarah, were you curious about the Goa climb models in that respect, or?
Well, I think it's most relevant to Alberto's what he's developing and just how he was addressing some of those effects. So maybe using that as an example.
Yes, thank you for the question. In the Atlantis model at the moment, we don't resolve fisherman behavior dynamically. It would be something that we would need to somehow bake into the HCR shapes or the other constraints for the weight rescaling preferences, for instance, before we start the simulation run. There is the potential down the line to include fisher's behavior a little better, but it's not something that we've had the scope to explore quite yet. The only thing that does come to mind, for example, is Yeah, so the method that I was talking about with the DOY cap and the way that we would test rescaling under a constraining cap is at the moment works by deciding a priori things like the value of these stocks, right? So if you were to say all stocks have the same value or all harvest specifications are rescaled in the same way, that would be the simplest case. But that's not what happens in the real world. I don't believe. And so there's going to have to be decisions made as to how a rescaling would be done. And the first way to go about it would be seeing how it's been done in the Bering Sea, where the cap is in fact constraining. And I think that I don't think that I don't know if that reflects fisherman behavior per se, or rather other levels of the management process. But there would be one first thing that we could look into.
Thanks. And I don't know if I should go forward with my second part of that question, or if there's other hands up that may be for the same question. I'm just not sure.
So why don't you go ahead with your second part, Sarah, and then after that we've got Jason, Martin, and Kirsten.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so just the second part is really specific to Goa Climb, because I know Dr. Zimkowiak was working a lot with fishing communities around similar topics, and I'm wondering, was there a point, or have you gotten to the point where you're able to intersect some of that into the model development, and if so, how has that been working out?
Thanks, Sarah. I think the short answer to that is that we have not done a lot of intersecting those two pieces of work at this point. We do have our community economic model, but I think, and I don't know if Mauricia is online, but yeah, I think the short answer is no for that.
Okay, thanks.
Next question we've got is from Jason.
Yeah, a question regarding the MSC for sardine. I was curious if during the MSC process, if the sort of long-term simulation, is much longer than a business cycle, if that sort of came up during that process and how that discussion might have been handled. So, short versus long-term sort of trade-offs.
Great question. Most of this happened in 1998, and I don't totally know, but I do know that the projection cycle was 1,000 years, which I was super surprised by. But the most of that was to derive the sort of equilibrium exploitation rate at MSY, like associated with that specific temperature. So much longer than a business cycle. Yeah, sorry.
Great. Next question, Martin.
Yeah, I suppose we should make a shout out to Alex McCall, who did those simulations, really pioneering work. I was going to ask Jim if he thinks there's benefit or capability to modify the attach function to explore other OY caps in the Bering Sea, and whether that would be sort of a reasonable thing to look at, given that I think it's enshrined in law. So maybe there's not much flexibility there.
Yeah, I think if we do it for 1,000 years, probably it'd be really good. Just kidding. No, the ability to do that, I think, is inherent. We probably can do it now. I guess my gut feeling is that it might fall over because it doesn't have the history and direct ABC constraint or HCR constraint. But certainly within, plus or minus 10% kind of thing, might be useful to look at that way. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, thanks.
Great. Kirsten.
Yeah, thank you. This is partially kind of in response to Sarah's question, and then a little bit actually maybe also for yours, Martin. So in terms of kind of phishing behavior and the HCR analyses, I think there's sort of two directions that would be interesting to discuss or think about, which might influence how we set up some of the evaluations. So in terms of the HCR itself, trying to think about the effects of things like spatial redistribution and what constrains the TAC ABC relationship in terms of bycatch. That's potentially right now that's sort of inherent in the relationships Jim was talking about in the attached model, those statistical relationships historically. Going forward, it might be worth going under the hood there and being a bit more explicit about the relationships between bycatch avoidance and trade-offs so that we could look at shifting distributions and how that might affect different communities of place or practice. And then the second really comes into the performance criteria of all of these. So understanding how, like using the ecosystem models as an example, if we apply some of these HCRs and look at the outcome of those biomass responses, some species will likely go up, others may go down in terms of catch, and understanding how to evaluate that relative to communities that might be connected to harvest from those is really important. So having that connection between catch, TAC, and maybe spatially where catch happens, and then linking that to communities is going to be really needed, I think, for fully understanding the performance of these different HCRs. So thanks. That's a long answer to a shorter question, but I think it was a great question.
Thanks, Kirsten. Franz.
Yeah, thanks. And this is to the Goa Climb group in general, I guess. So as I understand it, and maybe you touched on that a little bit, but the current work has all focused on sort of the currently existing harvest control rules, but is it going to be the same framework for the harvest control rules that the Bering Sea team tried, or have you thought about others more specific to the Gulf, or what's the vision for that? And part I'm asking is, been obviously nice to have sort of two very different systems under the same species under different harvest control rules, and whether the harvest control results are the same, I guess.
Yeah, thank you. I think our aim, our goal for October and in the short term and the next year is to apply some of the same harvest control rules as have been applied for the Bering Sea. And I think some of them may turn out a little bit differently just because, we've never had it appears from analyses that we haven't had a limiting ecosystem cap in the GOA before. And so I think that will make for some interesting results to look at.
Thanks. Kirsten, is yours a response to this question?
Oh yeah, just I should have probably been more clear in my presentation, and I kind of alluded to it, but I didn't specifically say it. So I realized that after I finished the presentation that we are coordinating these HCR evaluations, and it's one of the Jim mentioned the workshop. So Goa Climb modelers and A-Climb modelers together have helped develop this fuller suite. And so I think that allows us to coordinate the application of the HCRs or a similar set across both systems. I think there's maybe a little bit more development that needs to be done in order to apply kind of the TAC catch modeling, sort of like either the technical interactions or the attach. We're still puzzling that out, but the HCRs, yeah, we're doing that in coordination. So thank you for the question, so we could clarify.
Yeah, thanks for that. You did acknowledge both A-Climb and Goa Climb on every slide, so.
Okay, and then we'll take one last question. That's from Sarah.
Yeah, thanks. And I may have missed this earlier, but in terms of the Pacific sardine example, and referencing Cody's and Andre's paper on the costs of non-regime based system considerations. How are these efforts, HCR efforts, addressing that? Because that does seem sort of significant pinch point in terms of thinking these things forward, moving these things forward. I'm not sure who would be best to answer that, but maybe Kirsten, if you wanted to start.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sarah. Could you just, I'm just so sorry, could you just recap the question one more time?
Yeah, so in terms of the Pacific sardine question or example, and the paper reference was Zulawski's and Punt's paper on suggesting that by not considering or not developing the models based on changing regime, so non-regime based models run the risk of missing pretty significant, either under or overestimating stocks. And so I'm wondering, as the efforts to model HCRs in the Bering and the Gulf move forward, are there some active and ongoing methods to address that particular issue based on what we know of the one case study from the US?
Yeah, that's a great question, Sarah. I think we're pretty close to being able to demonstrate what we're seeing as emergent patterns across a couple of different species. It's hard to take those individual species case studies and make a blanket statement that might apply to all, right? So there was a question in the first session about HCRs and the relationship to species that maybe have divergent responses to a given climate change, a climate-driven change, or a shock, or an environmental shift in the system. You know, you use the same HCR for both of those species, and I think that's the place we're trying to get to in the fall. But given that there are some emergent cautionary tales, or maybe even promising aspects in terms of including forecasting skill in going forward. And where that really comes into play is when you think productivity, like growth, is linked to something like bottom temperature. So if it's warmer, a fish grows faster, and you don't account for that because growth is or weighted age is such an important component of a stock assessment model. It propagates all the way through to the harvest recommendations. Accounting for that, or having that be dynamic, and we've seen that with the Pollock assessment, a number of the assessments, that's a good example of taking that information into account. And what we're trying to do is sort of push the envelope there and bring in some of those dynamics for some of the forecasting as well to help improve the advice. Similarly, having targets that bounce around a lot maybe is not the best way to help stabilize things in variable conditions. And so trying to figure out how best to set harvest recommendations and target points, I think, is the consensus is it's an important topic to tackle. But it's the rules of thumb about that are still kind of emerging from these MSCs.
Thanks. That's really helpful.
And I see a couple of hands up. Curry, was yours in response to this as well? There was got it. Let's go. So this was the last question. Sorry, Curry, cutting you off. But let's go to Chris, and then Kaylin, this was on the same topic, same question. Okay, sounds great. Let's go to Chris.
I was just going to say that my takeaway from the Pacific sardine example is that in doing an MSC to evaluate the performance of like a candidate rule, it might be useful to include like different operating models with different hypothesized relationships between environment and productivity, and maybe to also consider an operating model where there is no relationship, and then select a policy that is robust to those different types of uncertainty. And I also wanted to clarify, I misspoke about the 1,000 years. That was for the scenario with no fishing. and the scenario with fishing was shorter.
Thank you. And do apologize to the people that have had questions during the different sessions that we haven't been able to get to. So let's go ahead at this point. Let's take a 10-minute break. It's 11:15 now. Let's come back at 11:25, and that'll give us 30 minutes for the SSC members from the North Pacific to come up with guidance and recommendations to go in our report. What was that? Oh, yes, and I forgot to mention, we have no public testimony right now. We do have one public written comment, which is on our agenda for SSC members to see, but there were no public testifiers for this session. Thanks. (10:25) or 11:25. Hi all, let's bring it back together. Just so folks know, apparently our system was a little glitchy, so we do have a public testifier and we will take that. The testifier is Jim Armstrong, and it'll be 5-minute testimony. And then so the SSC knows, we're going to go until 12:05 for our discussion and wrap up, so that we at least get 20 minutes or so of discussion in. Okay. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the special treatment. It makes me feel good. This is not going to be long or probably even too profound, but Jim Armstrong, for the record, Jim Armstrong with the Freezer Longline Coalition. I'm both grateful and terrified that Pacific cod is the sort of poster fish for a lot of this discussion. It's interesting to see productivity increasing, at least within a band of temperatures in some of the models. But at the same time, I'm not looking forward to trying to explain to our members at some point in the future as CPUE continues to increase why we're capping ABC because of because of a cap like harvest control rule. But I'll do what I have to do. That's not really the point. The cod are a good example, not only because of their sensitivity to water temperature and the importance of the fishery, but also the range of responses that you can see within that species. There should be a place in these modeling exercises where the relationship between water temperature and productivity is filtered through the effects of fish behavior to changes in environmental conditions. Some groups of cod, notably the Aleutian Islands and Eastern Gulf, are sort of homebodies. They park themselves in a place that's their sort of almost like a rockfish-like life history in nearshore habitats. And so a model that, includes climate parameters might be sort of more straightforward for them. So if there was a behavioral response parameter, it might approach 0 for those groups, but that doesn't characterize all the stocks. Bering Sea cod and the Western Gulf, which we now think are the same stock, move great distances outside of the spawning season. So the behavioral response then would have a greater magnitude for those stocks, effectively dampening or masking climate effects, at least within a band of say, temperatures. So at some point for that stock, it seems like that behavioral response may actually mask the climate effects to the point that they're sort of lost in the signal to noise ratio and can just be managed under possibly the existing harvest control rule, or at least the current models may be adequate to manage them from year to year. I just I guess we encourage the SSC to continue to explore the effects on Pacific cod, but also to take into account variations in response to climate effects within that stock. Yeah, I think that's actually all I had. As soon as I sit down, I'll think of the other things I was going to say.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Let me just double check. Got to get back to our cameras. We've got people here and there. No, it doesn't look like we have any questions. Thanks, Jim. All right. So next is our SSC discussion and recommendations on a work plan in terms of reference. And I am going to hand that over, I think, to Franz. Diana? I talked to Franz, so you're off the hook. I'll give it to Franz.
Yeah, I was actually just gonna, so we have this is gonna follow our typical format for discussions. I just have we have our leads on this issue, and I'll try to chime in and maybe help where I can to get us to where we had hoped to go. These workshops are always short and full of great information. I think that in itself is very valuable, but to the extent that we can formulate some specific recommendations on the fly that help us help the council move this forward, we'll try to have that discussion now, and I'll just have the leads kick it off, starting with Jason.
Okay, I'll take a start at this, and I look forward to hearing what my co-leads also add, as well as a larger discussion. So I think first off, the minute should certainly reflect what we heard today. We heard a wide range of really great scientific work and individuals that are pushing the frontiers of our understanding of the North Pacific ecosystems and fisheries. So our minutes should reflect the breadth of that research, the collaborations, and the scientific enterprise that allow us to bring tools to bear on an important topic, and perhaps bring a little light to challenges ahead. This workshop, I think, is an important bridge to continue moving forward, improving scientific understanding, and improving the management of our marine resources. So I think our minutes should certainly reflect that. I wish I was elegant as Anne was. Maybe I can have her send some of that great language, and we can work that in. Our minutes should also thank the presenters and reflect a short summary of the scope of the presentations. I'm not going to go through that in interest of time here. So I compiled some ideas that I heard through the workshop regarding terms of reference. So I think one of our tasks was to inform terms of reference for future work. So one of the topics here is providing a clear description of hypothesis being tested. So I had some thoughts about terms of references to sort of make sure that that's clear. One is the scenario should be clear on what are adjustments to CAP versus adjustments to HCRs or a combination. I think the range of warming scenarios should be clearly defined in the term of reference, and whether regime shifts are being considered in those scenarios. We probably should give some guidance, and I certainly look to my co-leads here if they have thoughts on this, on the species that we should be focusing on. We certainly had focus today on pollock and Pacific cod. My feeling is we might want to add snow crab and maybe Bristol Bay red king crab to this list, but we certainly should have some discussion about that. References should be clear on what modeling approaches are being considered. We heard quite a few different approaches today. The CESSM, I don't know what all these acronyms are, CEMSM, MISER, EcoPath, Atlantis, ACLIME, GoACLIME, multi-species technical interaction models such as Seattle, as well as SDMs. That just demonstrates the breadth of this work, but I think the terms of references should be clear as to which of these models are being considered. We should define at some point, I don't know if today is the best date to do that, other than maybe broadly, but what harvest control rules are of interest. I certainly think we want to leave some room here for development, but I heard focus on status quo, clearly CAP harvest control rules, and then I like the idea of the harvest control rule 7 like scenario that might provide some insight into bridging what we're doing now through the risk tables, or maybe even just informing risk table development in the future. So I kind of thought that those general categories might be worth considering. I think the term of reference should also be clear about, at least I think this is a term of reference item, should be clear about consideration of time periods. So there's a simulation time period to reach equilibrium, but then there's business cycle time periods and short-term changes that have impacts on participants. So I think we should be clear that we should look at both time periods as well as the potential impacts to the degree we can on harvest and volatility from an OY perspective. So this would inform discussions on conservation trade-offs relative to these business cycles, which seems relevant. And also to connect this to social and economic information where possible. This information's very complicated and dense. So I think there needs to be some thought put into the communication plan. I think communicating model assumptions and reliability to a non-technical audience will be critical for moving forward, for a shared understanding of how reliable this scientific information is. We saw some dashboard tools, those sort of things. Seems like those kind of things could be helpful, but also just clear understanding of the limitations. We had some discussion of metrics, and the presenters provided a long list. So maybe these are on the list. I'm not totally sure, but I just wanted to highlight a couple. One is catch stability. I think that's an important metric. You know, so are we entering a situation of high volatility in catch, or does the control rule that's being tested offer better stability against the risk of no catch? So I think those two things are the trade-off. Another one that came up that I think is worth highlighting for understanding uncertainty is domain shifting. So that could be a metric. So as a fishery moves out of its historic range, is that likely? And I think specifically I'm thinking about pollock. So it could be helpful for identifying not only the U.S. pollock distribution relative to, the pollock distribution relative to our domestic fleet, but through SDM modeling, it might also offer insight into vulnerability to the Russian side of the water, as well as combined with other things like sonic gates. So I think to the degree that we can sort of provide those broad scale sources of information might be useful. And that is what I have. So I'll hand this off to my other leads.
Thanks very much, Jason. Next, we'll go to Ian.
Yeah, thanks, Jason. I agree with everything you've said, beginning with the start, which is that this has been such a great start to this topic. I think we've got an incredible amount of work has been done on the topic already, and the amount of insight that's available today is incredible. I can't help but note that if anybody didn't already hate Arrowtooth, they certainly do after today. One of the things I think that was sort of new for me, and we may want to encourage further thought on this concept of using caps versus harvest control rules versus both, and where we should really be focusing. And it strikes me that some of the work moving forward, if the focus is on caps, then it seems like mimicking the tax setting becomes extremely important. If the work is going to be more on harvest control, cap-like harvest control rules, the technical interactions within the fisheries become more important. And so I think maybe laying out the roadmap of where we see that effort going and how we can develop some cases that sort of focus on the right things for the right questions we're asking. I think we should suggest exploration of some of these cases where the results were differing across model platforms. As Jason noted, we saw a dozen different model platforms, and in many cases, they showed similar results, and that's certainly confidence inducing. And in other cases, they showed somewhat different results. And I think focusing on maybe a few of those cases where we saw different behavior under apparently fairly similar modeling conditions might be helpful to, and I think Kirsten noted this in her talk, it might help us understand which are really the key linkages that might differ slightly in some of these platforms. There was a comment made that we should also be thinking about looking at the results from some of these operating models under different process assumptions with perhaps different suite of factors. And I know that it's really helpful to put all of for example, the ACLIME work has many different ecological linkages built in, but it might be informative to work us up to that with some individual factor analyses, if only recruitment's affected or only mortality or only growth, so that we can maybe try to understand the more complex results more fully. There was also a suggestion made that, well, actually, I don't know if the suggestion was made. I was going to make the suggestion at some point that we might, for some of these models, it might be possible to look at output under perfect information to be able to delineate between what's the observational component that's creating some of the result and what's the underlying process. You know, if we knew everything perfectly, would we get a different, would we conclude something different from the system, or is this really just inherent in the process that's involved? And then the last thing, I think that for terms of reference, in terms of thinking forward, we also saw a mix of single and multi-species results. And I was certainly compelled that taking a single species out of the multi-species context, you could get a very different answer because you're not including all those linkages. But you know, as Jason was noting, a few key species that we would want to look at, I think we just need to be aware of our interest in focusing on the results for individual species, but the need to make sure that we're considering the cross linkages. And obviously arrowtooth is a great example of, you can't really ignore arrowtooth in the Gulf and come to the right conclusion. So I think I'll stop there, and otherwise I'm in agreement with Jason's suggestions moving forward.
Thanks, Ian. Next is Martin.
Yeah, thanks. I think Jason and Ian made a good stab at getting started on this, and I basically support what they said. A few things I think might be worthwhile to discuss. I guess one of them is that we're right at this phase, mostly looking at harvest control rules. And I guess our experience sort of historically has been with this sort of difficult decision to reset reference points. We've done different things for different stocks and in the crab world. And I guess I don't know that we did see some results, or there was some cited literature where that was looked at. But I don't know that we've explored that fully enough to have a good sense of what the appropriate decision is in terms of sort of changing the reference points in a situation where the productivity of the stock has changed. And I know it's sort of and it's likely to be an issue that one of the most immediate ones that I think this council is going to have to deal with. And so I would be interested in seeing if we could scope out some runs with a small set of harvest control rules where we did some exploration of the pros and cons of that. So that's one concrete suggestion. I think the other one thing that struck me was that, you know, it's kind of we've managed to sort of do our science advice in setting ABCs and OFLs, and have explicit instructions to ignore socioeconomic factors in doing so. And it kind of struck me that under climate change, we're not going to have that same clean separation. We want to think about, and the most concrete example is that the desire for catch stability is really a socioeconomic concern that benefits the fishing industry. And I'm concerned that we really don't have the right tools, or maybe even thought about enough to sort of characterize the socioeconomic benefits of some of the different harvest policies. And I know I know how hard it is to forecast biological populations, and I think there's probably similar difficulties with forecasting future economic conditions. But I think it's something that we should probably be giving more thought to. And I guess the final sort of general comment is, I understand the idea of having sort of a low and a high climate scenario, but I do think that there's benefit to having both the low and the high one, as well as something that's more sort of what our best guess on what the future holds. And and there are scenarios out there that do try to do that, and I think we should encourage the modelers to include that particular run if it's available in the projections, so that we can sort of get a better sense of what our likely future is going to be, rather than the sort of idea of sort of bracketing. I think those are my comments. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Martin. Now opening up to the remainder of the SSC. Kaylin, yeah.
So I kind of turned my question into a comment, but it really carries on to what Martin was saying. And my question was more around when we're hearing so much about catch stability, and then taking a look at some of these model results and these harvest control rules, but often linking them through to even communities in some cases, but at a minimum thinking about catch or economics. I did have a question. I mean, where is the peer review of the SSC and harvest control rule versus something related to TAC, for example? So I guess I do have a more general comment, and so I'll phrase this around the research that was presented here. And so at least from a research perspective, when there are these efforts being made to look at outcomes in terms of, for example, catch stability, revenue, or community level outcomes, which we saw some of that today, one suggestion I would make would be to think in a little bit more detail about the potential to aggregate across species to an economic or socially relevant unit to analyze. So sort of what is that unit that makes most sense to look at? And so these are such impressive models to see the multi-species linking through to communities. I've just raised the question, what does it make sense to most look at? And so I think sometimes it does make sense to look, for example, at one species at a time when you have a fleet that is fishing a particular species, maybe almost exclusively, but some fleets are going to fish more than one species. And when we're thinking about climate, we could think about variability and how those two species, and I think these models have the capacity to do this. What is the sort of variability relative to one another? And I think, Ian, you were saying it's great to look at these ecological cross linkages. And so I wonder about taking it one step further to think about aggregating to more of the social or economic side. And then I would also flag that I think there could be benefits, or if we're thinking along these lines and we're thinking about catch stability, I think from a community perspective, catch stability, one metric of catch stability could span species. And then I know we were talking about the executive order. And so, there, I think we would be thinking about total or aggregate. And so, again, I think we can frame these all around research, or, Ian and Martin, however you want to do this. But I think the door keeps getting open to those social and economic kind of outcomes. And so my main point would just be, well, what is the relevant scale or unit to analyze? And that could give some results that would potentially be useful in terms of some of the outcomes that are most valued from a tax setting perspective.
Thanks, Kaylin. Mike, and then Chris.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, and part of what both Jason and Martin broached too, I think it is possible to separate out ABC and tax setting and keep those distinct. And I think what I see as the promise in this is the fact that you can make it multi-species. You can look at different scales. So, for example, if with the executive order on productivity, one way to think about productivity could be at sort of the ecosystems-based management scale, that you could aggregate up to sort of that highest level. But in terms of sectors, communities, groups of communities, areas, different sets of participants have very different portfolios, fishing portfolios. And so you could identify a sort of a typical portfolio for certain communities in the Western Gulf of Alaska of a certain scale. And what's the typical portfolio, and how does that portfolio perform versus some of the other sectors that are based in different regions and so on. So I see great promise in that. The problem is it is wicked complicated just on the not just on the biological side, on the economic side. There's so many externalities and things that come in that can affect things. But as sort of in that sort of developmental phase of how we might apply this, the idea of being able to give the council information that would inform tax setting on a timely basis, at the same time they're making decisions, because they make decisions about ABC and TAC at the same time, to be able to get that information in front of them in a timely, consistent manner is really a nice thing to think about as a step forward, at least to me. And then the ability to flex scales.
Thanks, Mike. I was going to cut off questions, but I've already done this to Curry at least once, if not twice. So we'll go to Chris, Curry, and then we'll have to wrap up.
Okay. So I'll be brief here. I really want to sort of amplify what Kaylin and Mike have said, and in particular, think about what the difference is between catch stability and market stability. And we might want to have some active conversations with industry about how those things are different to them. Because there's lots of processes, including relationships between processors and buyers, and trade and export, and reimportation, and all sorts of things that make a big difference. One new thing I'd like to kind of throw in here is about metrics. As I see the sort of summary outputs from these models, we are looking a lot of measures of variability. And I think that a lot of the variability that we're concerned about isn't differentiates between sort of upside risk and downside risk. And if you look at the way that financial assets are analyzed, there are different measures of upside risk and downside risk. So an asset will have associated with it 2 measures of risk to capture different periods of performance, right? So we want to understand what rules are doing well when the ecosystem's doing well. And that's a different question than what rules are doing well when the ecosystem's not doing well. So just for example, if you look at the upside and downside capture ratios that Morningstar publishes for mutual funds or assets. I don't have a specific thing to suggest other than to kind of do some research on how people who are thinking separately about its upside and downside risk are trying to capture that with metrics and seeing whether there's some appropriate application of those metrics or appropriate interpretation of those metrics in this space.
Thanks. Curry.
Thank you, despite my slow hand. So I think as I reflect on all the amazing work we've seen over the course of today, it is truly an amazing and monumental effort. I can't help but sort of thinking back to the Pacific Sardine example, right? It's the one operational example we have. And one of the key takeaways is that as we move in this direction, we need to proceed with caution. And revisit the assumptions that are baked into climate-linked harvest control rules regularly. And this is fundamentally because, the relationships between climate indicators and population dynamics or life history processes that we understand now have been shown repeatedly to either change over time or break down over time. So I think as we sort of chart a course for the explorations we would like to see moving forward and modeling exercises and so forth, it behooves us to consider not just the performance of alternative harvest control rules, whatever the flavor they might be, climate linked or otherwise, across future climate projections, but also across the axis of our assumptions about the linkage between climate and whatever biological process we might be linking it to. And also account for the possibility that that relationship changes or evolves across time. At the end of the day, our goal really is to identify management practices, harvest control rules, whatever it might be, that allow us to minimize our risk, not only in a changing climate, but also if we get our understanding of that climate linkage wrong. So I think it's important we explore that axis as well, or at least provide some recommendation that that's considered. Thanks.
Nice. So Dana's comment, +1 Chris. Not entirely certain what it means, but I just wanted to be inclusive. All right. So got it. Chris Sidden. I'm looking at Chris Anderson, who's in the room. I see. All right. We will include Chris's, and then this is the last. So Sidden says, I'll just add a comment out here as we're running out of time. I would caution us as we move forward that new harvest control rules need to be communicated and accessible to a wide audience. We, the SSC, tend to make things more complicated, and we should really be focusing on what the main goals are and keep in mind that the end result should be accessible and understandable, even if the basis of them is complex. Nice concluding statement, Chris. Okay. I am going to hand this over to Franz at this point for any summary, last comments, however he wishes to go about this.
Yeah, thanks, Sherry. I am not going to try to summarize our discussion here. I think we'll, develop these ideas, and hopefully everybody will get a chance to weigh in on that. There are, we had laid out some questions in the that staff and SSC had previously thought about. We didn't necessarily address all of those, but they weren't meant to constrain us, as we often stray in all kinds of different directions. And there's just so much material here to cover that it's really hard to try to focus the discussion and recommendations on just a few questions in the span of 4 hours. So just thanks again to all of the presenters and panelists. I really appreciate joining us here if you could, or joining us online. And I do again want to highlight what Anne so eloquently had stated about the enormity of the modeling framework that has been built at both the national and regional level, that all of this work is that underpins really all of this work. And I also want to acknowledge in particular Anne's contribution to building that backbone that we rely on and that we need for making some of these informed decisions about how we manage stocks. So I think I'm just going to leave it at that since we're kind of running out of time. I had a few points that aren't major that I'll probably weave into. I don't think I need to bring them up now. We can weave those into the discussions. And thanks again to everyone and staff. And as we move, well, actually, one thing I did wanted to bring up at least is I think Diana and others had sort of started about how do we actually go ahead now between now and October to get some reasonable advice to the council at that point. So I think you guys had thought about sort of an initial list of people that might be involved in some form, whatever form that might take, because we don't really know necessarily what the fiscal constraints are for working groups or workshops or anything, but at least I don't know how you guys were envisioning it, but kind of an informal, not informal, but like a Zoom type meetings perhaps. So we'll probably ask some of the panelists and the people that contributed relevant presentation here to participate, and from the SSC. I would be willing to help with that effort. Obviously, maybe other chairs or co-chairs if they can. But if there's interest in that, maybe just let me know, and then we'll think about. I'll talk to Diana perhaps about how to who might want to participate in the discussions. It'll be some kind of, I don't know, even know what we call it, a working group, I guess.
So I have
Yeah.
yeah, Diana, you can go, and then I've got something.
Sure. Just quickly, I mean, I think in our way of thinking, our next step forward with the council's concurrence and the SSC's concurrence would be to probably provide an update to the plan teams, starting groundfish and crab plan teams in the fall, and then in our report back to you from both of those teams, we would keep this process moving. I think that it'll be an evolving effort, again, given potential limited staff resources. We're trying not to overpromise how quickly we can move this forward, but I don't think we want to lose the momentum that we have. And there's a subgroup of that whole climb group that is meeting on a every other week basis to continue this going. So I think maybe we would regroup and try and figure out, and in communication with you, what's our next step forward, and when would you like to hear? To me, it seems logical that we would come back in the fall, given both the groundfish and the crab plan teams meetings, come back to you in October with maybe an update in conjunction with that, or a separate agenda item on where we're going forward and what the relative timing and prioritization of that work would be, if that helps.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And that was really all I wanted to cover. Oops.
Wonderful. So as Franz has some, how's this? Our comment section, it was public and everything. So Dana, I realized I didn't read yours. It was public to everybody. We can include this in our discussion, so that's not a problem. I was going to say something similar to Diana. I know that we need to next present to the council, and the council ultimately has a choice over whether this is work group or whatever else, but you represent the council. So, I mean, you are council staff, so I know that you will work with everybody as far as we go forward. The only thing that I wanted to ask is, does the SSC have a direction with the leads of what we're going to put in our minutes for this meeting? Do we need to touch on that as a group, or is that something that the draft minutes will go forward and we don't need to, I mean, the draft of this section goes into our Google Doc. I'm trying to figure out what our focus is for our minutes. If we need.
I think, whoops, sorry. Well, I think as usual, I just didn't attempt to summarize it because I was
Not a
kind of
problem.
focused on my own thought. But as usual, the leads will start with a draft summarizing our discussions here and highlighting recommendations to the extent that we had more or less specific recommendations, and everybody hopefully will get a chance to review.
Wonderful. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Yeah, Sherry,
Yeah.
can you remind us what the rest of the afternoon is? What's going to happen for the rest of the afternoon?
Yeah, absolutely. So we are going to break now, and we will come back together as an SSC at 2:30 to do our questions, public testimony, and discussion of whatever we can cover for the sub-area apportionment topic. And the leads on that. So Dana, France, Ian, other co-chairs, Jason, me, council staff are going to work on sort of what to focus on, because we will, for the SSC as a whole, we will meet from 2:30 until a maximum of 4 o'clock. And at 4 o'clock, you are done. I know I said that yesterday. But the plan is for an hour and a half. And so we're going to try to fit in what we can. And the
Okay.
rest of you can work on minutes the rest of the day, which was our point.
And which Zoom meeting do we sign into, this meeting or the other one?
The other one, actually. Good question. Jason?
Thanks.
Do whatever you wish.
I guess I'm wondering, Franz, since you brought up the list of questions, is there value in highlighting the ones that maybe we didn't respond to in the minutes? So we kind of put a pin in those so they come back.
I think if it helps, I mean, we put those out there for discussion purposes. They were obviously not meant to limit your discussion nor direct it necessarily. We can certainly include those going forward in discussions with the plan teams or augment them. I think it was more meant to be a starting point.
Wonderful. Thank you, everybody. And we'll talk to you again at 2:30.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.